violence against women and girls. And I call the Minister to move, Alex Davies-Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House has considered the matter of violence against women and girls. As things stand today, the scale of violence against women in this country is intolerable, a national emergency. So I welcome the opportunity for this House to unite and debate it today. Madam Deputy Speaker, tackling violence against women and girls in all its forms is a top priority for this government and central to our wider mission to make this country's streets safer. And let me just be clear from the start, Madam Deputy Speaker, I condemn the threats against my honourable friend, the Safeguarding Minister, in the strongest possible terms. Yeah. They are absolutely abhorrent, and they demonstrate all too clearly the way that some men view women's place in the world. I know so many more honourable and right honourable members have experienced the kind of hateful misogyny online. Threats and abuse levelled at us just for doing our jobs. But let me say, we will continue to speak out. We will not be silenced. And I'm sure that the House will join me in offering my friend every support. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government was elected on a landmark pledge to halve violence against women and girls over the next decade, rightly putting this issue at the forefront of the political agenda after years of neglect, and where women have been frankly let down by the system. It is an ambitious target, but it is absolutely right that we are ambitious when it comes to the safety of women and girls. In this country, it is estimated that a woman is killed by a man every 3 days on average. Yet, this rarely makes the headlines. Their deaths have become normalised, and as a society, we have, I think, become desensitised. It is nothing short of a national scandal. Every woman lost is a daughter, a mother, a friend, her life brutally cut short. They are not statistics to me, nor this government. Their lives matter, and we are determined to act. We will use every tool at our disposal to target perpetrators, protect victims, and address the causes of this appalling abuse and violence. We will go further than ever before to transform the way we work together across government, public services, the private sector, and charities. And our efforts will be underpinned by a new strategy to combat violence against women and girls, which we will publish later this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a first principle, prevention will always be better than cure. So, if we are to tackle these crimes, we must first start by tackling their root causes, and education will be fundamental to our approach. We need a culture shift, where abusive, harassing and discriminatory behaviour is called out for exactly what it is, where women are at last respected and championed, and where every woman can be safe wherever they are, at work, at school, online, in the street, and in their own homes. Women make up over 50% of society, but the mission those of us here today share cannot be achieved by halves, or by women speaking only to women. Everyone needs to play their part. Men, and I am clear that there are so many great male role models out there, many are in the chamber here today, but they must be part of the conversation and part of the solution. We need to understand why boys and young men are being drawn down the rabbit hole of toxic masculinity, which so often fuels these crimes, and critically, how can we step in, support them, and steer them away from it? No one agency can solve this alone. It means working across this House, across society, with schools, with parents, with police, judiciary, everyone, if we are to make a difference for the next generation of women. This is the approach that this government will take. Second, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must ensure that our legal system is able to respond effectively to these crimes, so that women are protected and perpetrators are swiftly brought to justice.
On that note,
I will happily give way.
thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very briefly, I understand that there may be some difficulties with the criminal law in terms of people being followed. In the event that they have been actively harassed and threatened, then there's a potential crime in the threat. But if they are simply followed, but it's not part of a continuing course of conduct, there may be a gap in the criminal law. Will the Minister commit to looking into this, please?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. We will happily look at this. We've already done some incredible work on stalking so far and harassment, but we will, of course, look to go further wherever possible. Let's look at the moment of the offence of rape. As it stands, around 60% of adult rape complainants, despite bravely coming forward, eventually withdraw from the criminal justice process. That means too many offenders are getting away with their crimes, and too many victims are being left without the justice that they deserve. Often, this is because the agony of a long wait for justice is much more than they can bear. It is a sad fact that some victims, particularly those of sexual offences, are now waiting almost 3 years for their case to come to trial. Some deciding not to pursue their case at all, feeling quite understandably that they need to focus on their own mental health and move on with their lives. I once spoke to a victim who told me that she'd been raped, and her case had taken years to come to trial. She told me something that I will never forget, that the experience had made her want to die. That anyone should feel that way about our justice system is unconscionable. This government is determined to do better. Justice must be swifter, and we will work with the judiciary to fast-track rape cases through the courts so that victims, like the one I just mentioned, are not left in limbo. But there is no escaping the government's bleak inheritance, a criminal court system under the most intense pressure. Nowhere is this more evident than at the Crown Court, where the outstanding caseload stands at over 73,000, a record high. We have taken decisive action to drive this caseload down, funding an extra 2,000 sitting days, which will see court sits for a total of 108,500 days this financial year, the highest in almost a decade. And we are extending magistrates' court sentencing powers from 6 to 12 months for single but triable offence either way, which we expect will free up around 2,000 sitting days and allow judges to deal with the most serious cases. But if victims are actually to see justice done more swiftly in this country, we cannot simply do more of the same. We have to go further. It will take once-in-a-generation reform. That is why the Lord Chancellor has commissioned Sir Brian Leveson, one of this country's top legal minds, to carry out an independent review of the criminal courts. Sir Brian will consider the merits of longer-term reform during the first phase of the review. This could include the case for a new court entirely, intermediate courts, where cases that are too serious to be heard by a magistrate alone could be heard by a judge flanked by magistrates. The second phase of this review will consider how our courts can operate more efficiently and the timeliness of processes. Sir Brian will report on his findings later this year, and I'm sure the honourable and right honourable members will await them with interest. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a third principle, we must ensure that the criminal law is equipped to deal with the evolving range of threats that women face today. I'm sure the House agrees that sexually explicit deepfake images are particularly appalling, and they share my concerns that this kind of abuse is on the rise. AI technology now means that perpetrators can, at the click of a button, turn innocent images from a person's social media account into pornographic material, images that can then be shared with millions online in milliseconds. It isn't funny. It isn't banter. It is a gross violation of a woman's privacy and autonomy, which causes untold harm. And it is disturbing to hear that a third of women report falling victim to such abuse. It cannot continue unchecked. Our laws must protect victims and punish those responsible. That is why this government made a clear manifesto commitment to ban the creation of these vile images. And it is why we are committed to bringing a new criminal offence which tackles the creation of sexually explicit deepfakes in the Crime and Policing Bill. But we are going further. While it is already a criminal offence to share or threaten to share an intimate image without consent, it is quite bizarrely only an offence to take an image without consent in certain circumstances. So-called upskirting is an offence, yet taking photos down someone's blouse or setting up a camera in a changing room is not. It makes little sense, and I'm sure the House would agree. So, as I set out earlier this week, the government will also introduce new offences for the taking of intimate images without consent and the installation of equipment with intent to enable the taking of an intimate image without consent. We are sending a clear message that this is appalling, misogynistic, and it will not be tolerated. And predators who violate women's trust in this way will face consequences. It could mean up to 2 years in custody, depending on the perpetrator's intent. Madam Deputy Speaker, as women, we should not have to watch our friends' drinks while they go to the bathroom. We should not have to worry about being spiked by a needle or a vape. So, this government will also introduce a new criminal offence covering spiking. And we will work hand in hand with police and business leaders to crack down on this behaviour so that women can enjoy a night out without fear and victims are empowered to come forward knowing that they will be taken seriously. I will happily give way.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to welcome the government's announcements on making spiking a specific offence that announced just before Christmas. Will the Minister join me in commending the work of my constituent Dawn Dines and the organisation Stamp Out Spiking and all of the campaigning work that they've done? And will you commit to working with them and other organisations to make sure that this new law, but also other issues around spiking, are really embedded in terms of the knowledge of police forces in particular around the country? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I will take any opportunity to commend Dawn Dines and the work that Stamp Out Spiking do. Both the Safeguarding Minister and I have met with her many times, and the work that she and the organisation do is commendable. We will, of course, be working with every single agency to ensure that we crack down on this abhorrent crime. In November, we announced pilots of domestic abuse protection notices and domestic abuse protection orders in Greater Manchester Police, 3 London boroughs and the British Transport Police. And a further 2 sites in North Wales and Cleveland will be onboarded early this year. Domestic abuse protection orders will impose tough restrictions on abusers and keep victims safe, making it a legal requirement for perpetrators to inform the police of any change in name or address, with the option to impose electronic tagging to keep tags on offenders, as well as ordering assessments for behaviour change programmes to stop the cycle of abuse from repeating. We need to stop the behaviour. Fourth, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must ensure that victims get the right support wherever they are in the justice process. We need them to be empowered to come forward in the first place, whether it is that they make a report or just to get the help that they need to rebuild their lives. Every woman should know that they are seen, heard, and taken seriously. That is the kind of justice system that we should aspire to. But sadly, that is not always the case, particularly for those who have endured rape or other sexual offences. We are determined to improve women's confidence in the system by making sure the justice system focuses on perpetrators, not pointing a finger of blame at the victim. No one who has been burgled has been told, maybe you gave the wrong signals and you thought you wanted to be burgled. No one who has had their wallet stolen has been asked, what were you wearing at the time? For far too long, the way survivors of rape and sexual offences have been treated has been unacceptable. And this government is determined to stamp out these harmful, misogynistic stereotypes. They are a threat to justice and a threat to women in all aspects of our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleague, the Lord Chancellor, has also announced the introduction of new independent legal advisers. These advisers will offer free legal advice to victims of adult rape at any point from report to trial. It will help them to understand their rights, for example, in relation to the use of their personal information, like counselling information or medical records, which can be accessed during an investigation. Demands for which, as I know this House will have said at times, has gone far too far. It causes unnecessary upset to victims, it compounds their trauma, and at times it results in them dropping out of the case altogether. Such requests should only be made when relevant, necessary, and proportionate to the case. So, these advisers will not undermine the right to a fair trial or prevent evidence from coming to light, but they will simply help victims understand and, if needed, take steps to protect the rights that they already have. More broadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government will make sure that every victim knows their rights, that those rights are upheld, and that they are supported as they go through the justice process, not re-traumatised when their day in court finally arrives. The Victims Code helps victims to understand what they can expect from the criminal justice system and sets out the minimum level of service that they should receive. The Victims and Prisoners Act 2024 has the potential to improve awareness of and compliance with the Victims Code by making sure that the victims know about their rights under the code, and it sets out new compliance framework to ensure that agencies will be held accountable for delivering those rights. The Act also places a duty on local commissioners in England to collaborate in the commissioning of support services for victims of domestic abuse, sexual abuse and serious violence. We will soon be consulting on a revised Victims Code and the duty to collaborate guidance. We will ensure that the right data and the systems are in place to monitor compliance with the new code. The government has also pledged to increase the powers of the Victims Commissioner, so there is more accountability when victims' needs are not being met. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also emphasise that while women may suffer these horrific crimes more often, I am well aware that many men are also affected by domestic abuse and sexual violence. They too deserve every protection and support, and these measures will of course apply equally to them. I also want to take a moment to thank victim support organisations. I'm sure the House would agree that they are vital to the justice process. Without them, many victims would struggle to see their case through, which means many more perpetrators would get away with their crimes. As I have already said, this government inherited a criminal justice system under immense pressure and a black hole in the nation's finances. While we have had to make difficult decisions to deliver the justice victims deserve through the courts and across the system as a whole, I am pleased that we have been able to protect dedicated violence against women and girls victim spending in the department by maintaining the 24-25 funding levels, which have been ring-fenced for sexual violence and domestic abuse support next year. We want to make sure that help is available to survivors of these awful crimes as they seek to rebuild their lives. This includes funding for independent sexual violence advisors and independent domestic abuse advisors, and is in addition to the core funding that the department provides to police and crime commissioners to allocate at their discretion based on their assessment of their local need. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I have said, the answer to these appalling crimes doesn't lie with one government or agency. It demands a unified effort across government departments, across the system and across society. We must all commit ourselves to ambitious change, and I know everyone here today shares that view. I look forward to hearing from honourable and right honourable members from all sides in this House, and I look forward to a productive debate that moves this important conversation forward. As we collectively say, enough is enough. Violence against women and girls can have no place in our society, and every woman and girl deserves to live their life free from violence, abuse and harassment.
The question is, this House has considered tackling violence against women and girls. I call the Shadow Minister and my Sussex neighbour, Mims Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be called in this important debate and speak on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition. And I welcome this general debate by the government on such a topical area as we come back in the new year to this chamber. And it's important that it has significant focus on women and girls being heard in every single community. And I agree with the point of enough is enough. I think that's one of the most magnificent campaigns the Home Office could come up with. And I applaud all of those who work in the department on this important issue, focused on protecting women and girls in every nation, region and our communities. And I heard in business questions earlier, people being congratulated for their awards, the New Year honours, and one of those was Nicole Jacobs, the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, who I had the pleasure of working with, and I know ministers opposite will enjoy working with her. So let's all agree in this chamber this afternoon and say quite clearly, we do not accept or indeed see any way that we should accept any abuse directed to us as members of parliament, as ministers, as people speaking up for women and girls, as we have seen in recent days. There are women and girls in our communities who want to know that we are here with the focus of keeping them safe. And when it comes to domestic abuse or any kind of criminality, when it comes to women and girls in our community, criminality is criminality wherever it is found, and domestic abuse, wherever it is, must continue to be tackled. It cannot remain untackled. It must always be uncovered. So I welcome the ministers bringing forward the measures that she did in her speech, and we welcome the strategy that she mentions, the education, the support, the pursuit of justice, particularly around deep fakes and the work around intimate images. And what I would, though, gently say, and I do appreciate the focus on halving violence against women and girls, that's not enough. Let's focus on pure eradication. And that is one thing that all sides of this House can agree on. Equally, about how wonderful Dawn Dines is. The Stamp Out Spiking campaign that she has led, the energy that she's brought to it. And I know my brief time working in the Honourable Ladies Department, focusing on an updated spiking law was something that I wanted to see. And let's celebrate with Dawn when that comes through. Equally, I think we very much recognise and welcome the protection orders that have been brought forward. And I too, from my party, want to thank and applaud all the charities and groups and networks who support the survivors and victims, that there is someone always to turn to. And I would like to reiterate, there is always someone to turn to. And please speak out, because all too often people feel that they won't be heard, and that there is, sadly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, perhaps a leap from rhetoric to intimidation, and then potentially to violence when it comes in to the political arena. So we need to make sure that that doesn't seep down into what victims feel might happen to them if they come forward and speak out. And our men and our young boys are key. As the Minister said, this is a partnership. Everything in life, in community, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a partnership. And I have the honour of co-chairing the APPG on men and boys. And I do ask the Minister about that men and boys ambassador, about the work ministerially, and perhaps she can update the House on that. Because the duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe. And I'm proud of the work that we did in the outgoing Conservative government, which did its utmost to fulfil the job. In the face of the pandemic and the war on our continent, we absolutely focused around making sure our constituents felt safer, and that our commitment to this never railed. Now, I believe that the progress was best made when one government rightly builds on the foundations of the previous one. Perhaps this fixing of the foundations is one area we can agree with. And therefore, it was a little bit disappointing to see in the Labour manifesto, some of us did read it, that for too long violence against women and girls has been ignored. I don't think that's the case. But let's not have 50% of it ignored. Let's have the whole lot eradicated. Let's make sure that the voices and the ask of the women and girls in our communities are listened to. Look, in the last 24 hours, there's been a vote around victims and grooming gangs, which has been very difficult. And members opposite and I, we know that we need to make sure that we set the record straight on behalf of the opposition about why we are strongly focused on this issue and why we should agree to go where this stone needs to be unturned. On the topics of grooming gangs, as it has been said elsewhere at this dispatch box, the last government accepted 18 of the 20 recommendations in the Important J review. And it is disappointing that the legislation couldn't be agreed on before the change of government. It was put forward in the wash-up. This is techie for people watching. But ultimately, we wanted to tackle this. And I'm at this box again to commit from my side of the House, from my party, that we are determined to work with the government to get this out of the drawer and see this moving. And of course, the last Conservative Home Secretary to focus on the grooming gangs was my right honourable friend, the member for Fareham and Waterlooville, who rightly set up the task force that led to 500 further arrests and over 4,000 more victims protected. And I think in all of the hubbub of the last day or two, what is important is the questions that victims and survivors have are answered when it comes to the recommendations around ICSA. And that task force under the Conservative government worked with 43 forces in England and Wales to support child sexual exploitation and grooming investigations. And it's right to give our police officers who are on the front line the support that they need to tackle this scandal. The Minister opposite rightly talked about the justice, but it has to start with coming forward and coming to the police. And I completely agree with her. This crucial step to come forward to say what's happened to you is the bravest and hardest thing you can ever imagine as a young child, as a woman, as somebody who knows that the people around you should have been protecting you. And where do you go next? So we need to make sure that the police are there for you. And it is a vital next step. Let's all agree to collect the data on ethnicity. Let's not shy away from this. Let's get it and share it. This is at the heart of the matter, that people feel that political correctness will not hold people back. Look, we know we know that protecting all victims from sexual abuse and abhorrent crime, there should be no stone that cannot be unturned. We know this is further and wider than what EXA investigated, and that is why my party does believe that it is urgent that we go farther and have a further and a far-reaching inquiry. And there was nothing in the bill on this yesterday. And as my honourable friend, the member from Keighley and Ilkley has raised earlier, in his own constituency, nobody sitting or standing in this chamber would ever not want to feel that they can raise something on the floor of this House in their constituency due to fear or favour. That's what we come here to do. I'm happy to give way.
Let me say that no one should ever feel afraid of raising any issue in this chamber with me or with anybody else. And also, just to reiterate that the ethnicity data is collected. It was published for the first time in November, and I'm not entirely sure why the opposition keep insisting that it hasn't been published. To be honest, what had started to be collected under their government, frankly, in my view, as data goes, isn't good enough, and we will be working to improve it. But ethnicity data is collected and published.
And I thank the honourable lady for coming to the box to give that undertaking to the House. And again, it was my friend, our friend, Sajid Javid and others who was keen to make sure that that is out there, and I'm sure that will reassure the House. Of course.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way, and I want to go a little bit further on that data. And would she accept that in 2022, the police reports on child sexual exploitation, where victims were had perpetrators of more than 2 people, the ethnicity data pointed to 76% of the perpetrators being white, 9% being black, and 9% being Asian. That was her own report.
Well, I thank the honourable lady as the chair of the Select Committee, which is a very welcome voice in this equally for women and girls. I agree with her. We know the data, we're keen to look at the data, but what has been said this week and has been underscored is that some people feel in regard to this issue, we haven't gone to the broadest extent of this. And that in reality is why some people feel disappointed. Now, on the wider issue of VOG, let me broaden this out. There were significant measures introduced by the outgoing Conservative government beyond the rapid increase, importantly, of police officers and gaining that all important, as I spelled out, law enforcement tool that they need in communities to listen and act for victims. New legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, was introduced. Crucial legislation which the government is rightly building on, our Conservative landmark Domestic Abuse Act, which was passed to recognise the more insidious forms of abuse which blight victims' lives, often before they realise it themselves. And it was the Right Honourable Theresa May, Lady May and others who have championed these particular insidious forms of abuse equally, which can also lead to gateway crimes in other areas. And on VOG specifically, a strategy was launched in 2021 and a further domestic abuse plan with over half of the commitments completed or closed across the previous Conservative government. And many people will remember, crucially, it brought young children and family members into the purview of domestic abuse. Other recommendations and strategies which was included was the £6.6 million to deliver interventions to improve our understanding of what works, to rightly prevent violence against women and girls, ensuring the consistency of support services through introducing the national commissioning standards of the victims funding strategy, which the Minister alluded to as well, launching the VOG Support and Specialist Services Fund, £8.3 million to support victims facing those greatest barriers of coming forward. Equally, there was the passage of the Worker Protection Amendment in the Equality Act 2023 that brought in a new duty for employers to take reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment of employees. And I know in my time at DWP, talking and asking people about what was going on in their world and bringing it forward to their employer was often a gateway for people to be able to move to safety. The £150 million worth of funding for safer streets and the Safety of Women at Night Fund, which a range of projects have helped improve public safety. I know across Sussex, Katie Bourne, Madam Deputy Speaker, our Police and Crime Commissioner, and others across the House, some previous Police and Crime Commissioners, not quite sure where he is earlier, where we'll know about. And importantly as well, the National Domestic Abuse Helpline and other helplines on revenge porn, the Susie Lamplugh Trust National Stalking Helpline, and I was welcoming the Minister's comments on that, and the important Flexible Support Fund, a further £2 million to remove the additional barriers that domestic abuse victims have in terms of leaving their abusers, and that can be very much cost related. And I would say as well that domestic abuse is in every corner and every economic level. People perceive that only certain women and certain families can be affected by this, and that very often stops those who are in fear coming forward. Now, I know members opposite do like to conclude that we did nothing for 14 years, but a quick reminder, we won 4 elections. But this is not nothing when it comes to women and girls. These are tangible and real differences. Just one moment, in terms of tackling violence against women and girls. Of course, and we will all, I'm sure, agree collectively this afternoon, there is always more to be done in every nation, region and community. I will.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I just wanted to make the point that she's making a very effective speech in showing that this is a process, not an event, that this is something that governments have been working hard at for many, many years. And I did want to make the point that this year marks 10 years since the introduction of the coercive control offence, which I was very proud as a minister to take through in the Serious Crime Act 2015. These are the kind of changes that governments have built on and worked on, and that we all are on the same page on this issue.
I thank my right honourable friend for that and for her work, and this are paving the way for the real feeling that we will go wherever this takes us, in this House, in every community. And what is crucial is the victims and equally the perpetrators know that this will be tackled, and we will be acting in uniformity where we can. And rightly, the Honourable Lady mentioned that we banned upskirting, the ending of the so-called rough sex defence. We introduced the offence of non-fatal strangulation, and through the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, ended the automatic halfway release for serious violent and sexual offenders, extending, importantly, I remember this from my time at DCMS, the positions of trust focus on sports coaches and faith leaders. And the Honourable Lady opposite rightly said about the courts process and the feeling of justice, and then having that person let out halfway through, what would be the point? So I do remind the House that sadly it wasn't always in uniformity with the opposition, but now they're in government. Their early release scheme, women's charities have continued to express concerns about this policy. That includes Women's Aid. Back in October, after the first wave of releases last month, we have seen our long-standing concerns come to fruition. I asked the ministers opposite to reiterate tackling this on behalf of Women's Aid, and I'm going to be told to conclude, so I'm going to. Now, there is an issue here, not necessarily about finance, but the mental health of victims, about early release of their perpetrators. As we go into this afternoon's debate and we think about our constituents and the women, the girls and the young women we are growing up in our communities, in our families that we know, our constituents, we will continue to have a thoughtful examination of the facts find a way forward to tackle this set of horrendous crimes and giving women and girls the confidence to come forward and have this tackled. Thank you.
I call Select Committee Chair Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by thanking the government for putting forward time for this incredibly important debate. Unfortunately, I would say it's a timely debate, but actually to discuss violence against women and girls is always timely, given the issues that we face. And I want to thank the Minister for her opening remarks and showing the dedication that she has shown throughout her working life as an MP towards making our spaces, whether they're online, whether they're in person, whether they're at home, or whether at work, a safer place for all of us. Why are we here, Madam Deputy Speaker, to discuss violence against women and girls? It's because we live in a country where 97% of recorded rapes go unpunished. That is an improvement on the 98% that went unpunished just a few years ago. If they do get processed, it takes years, as we've heard, through the backlogs for victims to fight for justice. We know over 80 women last year were killed by men. Probably much more, because there are at least 11 cases of women's murders that are yet still to be solved. As the Minister rightly said, that's a woman killed every 3 days at the hands of a man. 9,000 cases that Revenge Porn Helpline are dealing with every year. That number is increasing. We are seeing victims of sextortion becoming more men and boys, but predominantly the victims of revenge porn, non-consensual intimate image abuse, they're women. And with new technology around AI and nudification apps, we are only going to see that problem get worse. 1 in 3 women have been sexually assaulted. So the chances are, you know women, you know girls, you see them, you work with them, you cross paths with them every single day. And what I would say is probably assume that a woman has. Assume a woman has probably multiple times because of the level of underreporting that there is in this country. And we live in a world where Iraq has lowered the age of consent to girls to 9 years old. The Democratic Republic of Congo, women and girls describe their bodies as being an extension of a battlefield. Médecins Sans Frontières estimate that at least 25,000 women have been raped by militia in Congo. If that's too far afield for members to empathise, or for people at home to empathise, the seriousness of the situation for women and girls, not just in this country, but across the world, what about the group of 70,000 men in Germany that had a group that shared tips on how to rape, how to drug, how to get away with sexual assault, how to wreak revenge on women and girls? Just in Germany, 70,000 men sharing tips on that. Can we guarantee that there isn't something similar happening closer to home? Probably not. And we're about to witness the inauguration of a man as president who openly boasted, and I quote, about grabbing women by the pussy, enabled by the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, who has on one hand pretended in the last few weeks to care about victims of sexual violence, while on the other targeting and inciting hatred against our friend and the member for Birmingham Yardley and the minister, calling her an evil witch. I mean, really digging deep into the historical misogyny there, right? Evil witch, how long has it been? Women, powerful women that have stood up constantly called witch or something that rhymes with it. I'm pretty sure most of us have all been called something similar for standing up to those in power. All while the hypocrisy of this man, all while he helped elect a man who has lost another lawsuit against a woman who claimed he raped her and has 26 claims of sexual assault against him. And above all that, we have representatives that champion both in this chamber. In this chamber, we share quite often with a man who was convicted for kicking a woman and others who think that that was acceptable. But violence against women and girls doesn't start or end with politics and war, sadly. As we've heard, society and the view of women is such an important part of this. Where are we in a society in 2025 where it's okay for 70,000 men to get together and share tips on how to rape and sexually assault women and get away with it? What is our place in this world? What are women and girls' place in this world? Are our institutions designed for us? Are they working for us? If our services are actually protecting or supporting us for over a decade, when it comes to health, police, justice, no one can say that that's clearly the case. We have been failed by institutions, we've been failed by individuals. It's why many of us will still ask when our friend goes home for a text message to say they got home safe. It's why many of us won't run at night. Why many of us will just have one earphone in, if that, when we're walking around. Why we carry keys in our pockets, rolled up in our hands. Why it is that we'll have to explain to our daughters what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and why we should also be explaining that to our sons. And all of this happens to women and girls, and continues to happen to women and girls, and more so if they are Black, Asian, minority, ethnic, more so if they're disabled, and more so if they're LGBT. Which is why I am so grateful to see that we have a plan of action for halving violence against women and girls. That sounds like an incredible aim. It sounds like an impossible task, but it's one I hope that is not. And I just want to pick out some of these measures. If you look at these measures, I've printed off just one page, but the measures that are going to happen to tackle violence against women by this Labour government extend many, many pages. But the ones that I want to pick out are the domestic abuse specialist, which will be in every 999 control room, will be life-changing for the people that have the bravery to pick up the phone and say, I am being abused by a loved one. Fast-tracking rape cases through courts. We have heard that justice delayed is justice denied. The minuscule amount of recorded rape cases that actually find their way to court are being dragged out to the extent that people are giving up hope. Banning the creation of deepfakes and non-consensual intimate images, hugely important. My committee, the Women and Equalities Committee, heard evidence from brave survivors and victims of this cruel, degrading abuse. And the impact that it has had on their lives and continues to have on their lives does not fit the punishment that they currently serve. And so I am grateful that we will see a minimum, also face 2 years worth of sentences there. And that the government proposes to seek ensure all victims of violence are seen and supported and protected, particularly migrant women and girls, as well as women and girls who are Black, Asian, minority, ethnic, LGBT+, or disabled, because we can receive abuse and violence for multiple reasons, because we're a woman and because we're an ethnic minority, because we're a woman and because we are disabled. Hatred never stays in one lane, or at least it doesn't stay in one lane for very long. These measures are all needed, and in many areas have been neglected for years. So we cannot take our eye off the ball, because there are those that seek to sell off our rights and our freedoms to the highest bidder on the world stage. But violence against women and girls doesn't just come out of nowhere. I don't believe any child is born with hatred in their hearts or their minds. No baby boy is born thinking he has a right over a woman's body, or has the right to abuse her, or has the right to rape her. It's a society that instills that belief. I will give that way.
I thank the chair of the Women's and Equality Select Committee for giving way. Upskirting was mentioned earlier. Before it became a specific criminal offence, people just said, oh, it was used just for a laugh. Does she think we have a massive problem in society when offences against women are just done for a laugh and acceptable as just being done for a laugh?
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention. And yes, this is why I want to talk about why society needs to move on. Yes, we can put all of these implementations in place around the criminal justice system, around making sure that the right people get the right support when they need it. But ultimately, we need to see the societal changes that she has just outlined herself in order to ensure that we're not here having the same discussion 10 years down the line. It is so important what society views, not just as a woman, but what is a man? What makes a good man? What makes a good boy? A man to aspire to. I am so grateful that we heard, and I really am looking forward to hearing more about the Men and Boys Ambassador. But at the moment, who are boys aspiring to? It's the men that shout the loudest and have the most money, unfortunately. Even if they got that money and power and influence through sex trafficking of women, starting new political parties for bros. It's nothing new, sadly. Whether you look at the Harrods scandal, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, influence, power, money, and being unaccountable to anybody before it is far too late. It's the same pattern that we see time and time again. The antidote to that is good role models. And there are plenty of really good role models. So many. Being a strong, good man is very different to what I think those men that I have highlighted portray. And there are so many of them. I'm really lucky that we get to work alongside some of them. I'm really lucky that my friends are some of them. And I'm really lucky that my family are some of them. But it's also about holding a mirror up to the men who use their power, their positions, and their money to try to crush women and girls, and see it as a badge of honor rather than a badge of shame that it should be. What path has led a man to lead to the conclusion that it's okay to rape somebody? What path has led a man to believe that women are just commodities to buy and sell and traffic to please their needs? What kind of man is it who uses their body to kick, punch, and strangle women? How hollow is the shell of a man who gets his kicks out sending intimate videos or photos of a girl to embarrass or degrade her? The unfortunate thing is just as I've mentioned, we know so many good men, we also know bad men. We also work alongside them. They're around every single day of our lives. They're in every part of our lives. We like to paint out rapists and sexual assaults and predators as monsters, as something other. But actually, if you think about the statistics that we had highlighted earlier about sexual violence and rape, they walk among us. So young boys need better role models than those promoted on X, Telegram, and soon to be, I fear, Meta as well. I want to end with the person who embodies that mirror to ensure that shame is reflected on those who actually deserve it. Giselle Pellico, and every other victim of abuse that steps forward. Giselle Pellico was drugged by her husband, raped by 51 men, betrayed by the person who should have loved and cherished her. As with so many cases of violence against women and girls, it's a supposed loved one, a close one. She waived her right to anonymity because she felt the shame must switch sides. She couldn't be more right. But are we up to that challenge? Will women and girls stop being blamed and shamed and male perpetrators actually held to account? We are seeing action, but with technology, it's always catch up. In the case of Giselle Pellico, the founder of the website that hosted the ad for recruiting rapists for his wife has just been arrested in France. And I'm grateful that we are seeing measures from this government to tackle online abuse and violence against women. But we cannot let up. We have to continue. During our most recent inquiry on NCI, non-consensual intimate image abuse, we heard that police officers were handing over devices with intimate images back to perpetrators. It was a ludicrous situation. So I am so grateful that the Minister for Justice has outlined that there will be strengthening of the codes to ensure that no perpetrator of NCII will be returned devices or materials that were related to the original offence. As this shows, it was never won in the first place. and perpetrators are using new technologies to evade justice and to inflict greater harm. I want to end with the words Giselle Pellico said after the verdict against her husband and the rapists was given. She said she had confidence in society's capacity to find a better future where everyone, women and men alike, can live in harmony with respect and mutual understanding. My goodness, I wish I shared her confidence, but I do share hope. And much of that rests on the government's aim to halve violence against women and girls, and that the next generation of women has fire in their belly, a hunger for change, and equality at their heart.
Yeah. Very powerful indeed. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Alex Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 9 years ago, or thereabouts, I was sat in a courtroom supporting victims of domestic abuse. I saw firsthand how our systems of justice were failing women and girls when they were at their most vulnerable. This was my first motivation to enter politics, and it's a privilege to stand here and speak today in this place in honour of all the women and girls who have faced abuse, violence, misogyny, harassment, stalking, spiking, non-consensual image abuse, and everyday sexism. Violence against women and girls is systemic. It transcends constituency boundaries and national borders, and it is embedded in a global culture of discrimination and inequality that is even present in this House. I have heard casual sexism roll off the tongue as a female MP's domestic context was used as a reason she should not progress. To those who believe that feminism has gone too far or that equality is here, I say this: the evidence shows otherwise. And as if all the shocking statistics we've heard so far were not enough, here are a few more. There is still a 13% gender pay gap. 41% of women provide unpaid care for children, grandchildren, older people, or people with disabilities, compared with 25% of men. And despite significant progress, we still do not have a parliament that is representative of society with 50% women. This inequality manifests in discrimination across our systems, which just don't work for women. Our society still sees femininity as less than. And too much violence is tolerated. 3,000 crimes of violence against women and girls are recorded every single day. And that is just a tiny part of the story. We have heard already about the numbers of women murdered every week by a partner or ex-partner. This figure hasn't changed in decades. At least 1 in 4 women has been raped or sexually assaulted since the age of 16, and hundreds of thousands of crimes against women and girls every year have an online element. Given the fear and the shame around reporting, it is certain that these figures are in reality significantly higher. A woman in a domestic abuse situation will experience an average of 35 assaults before calling the police. These aren't a few isolated incidents. 2.3 million people aged 16 years and over have experienced domestic abuse in the year ending March 24. These numbers seem abstract, but they represent real women, real children, real lives. This violence is enabled through a bedrock of inequality and a culture of disbelief. The experiences of women and girls are ignored, deprioritized, and doubted. The J report into child sexual exploitation, yes, the very same that had no actions taken by the former government, found in 2022 that not only did individuals and institutions often think children were lying when they tried to disclose what was being done to them, but in fact victims were frequently blamed as being responsible for their own sexual abuse. We are not beyond the days of saying she was asking for it. This disbelief raises consequences for abusers. Fewer than 3 in 10 rapes recorded by police have resulted in someone being charged in the same year. That was last year. This government must do what the previous government did not and tackle violence against women and girls head on. I support the government's bold ambitions to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. This is a bold aim, but a vast undertaking. To achieve it, we must have both cultural and legislative change. We have the opportunity in this House to create laws that not only lead to the protection of women and girls, but also that affect significant cultural shifts. Passing the Domestic Abuse Aggregated Offences Bill brought by my honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne, would enable domestic abuse to be considered an aggravating factor in assault cases, distinguishing it from other offences so the severity and gravity can be understood more clearly. It would exclude domestic violence perpetrators from the early release schemes in prisons and protect survivors of domestic abuse. In a survey conducted for a CPS report into prosecutions of rape and sexual offences, 92% of Crown Prosecution Service staff agreed that the current court backlogs inhibit the prosecution of rape and serious sexual assault crimes. The government must address these backlogs, improve safety for women in the justice system, and fully support the staff who are working daily to support victims of trauma and abuse. Training of those who work with victims is of utmost importance and hasn't currently been prioritised. Both in my previous work supporting victims and in my current casework, victims of domestic violence have had their and their advocates' safety compromised because details have been shared with an abuser by someone working in the statutory services. All reports and information surrounding domestic abuse must be handled with exceptional sensitivity, and this highlights the need for more specialist training, not just in our police forces, which is welcomed, but also in social services, where the majority of cases in children's social care involve domestic abuse, but there is insufficient training in this area as part of a social work qualification. We must further ensure that funding for services to support survivors of domestic abuse is both sufficient and secure. Charities that provide refuge and community service for victims inherently require long-term decisions and planning, but are frequently left with one-year funding agreements and one-off grants which limit their capacity to operate effectively. And Madam Deputy Speaker, what about the men? I was pleased to see a debate on paternity leave, extremely well attended by male MPs who very clearly wanted to have more time with their children. And I'm very pleased to see so many men supporting the debate today. Unpaid caring work is still disproportionately done by women, but men are also disadvantaged by this. Valuable time with loved ones is lost, and our culture maintains an imbalance in expectation and opportunity for both men and women. The UK's 2 weeks of statutory paternity leave lags far behind most advanced economies, and I call on the government to make improvements to all parental leave to ensure parents in every family have the opportunity to bond with those children in those first crucial months. Yeah. Financial independence is a significant factor in women being able to leave an abusive partner. So for both men and women, we need to tackle the gender pay gap, paternity leave and pay for carers, as well as the violence and the criminal justice system, so that we stop seeing femininity as less than. We must tackle all aspects of inequality that underpin violence against women and girls for justice to become a reality.
Yeah. Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad that we are discussing this most important issue today. The National Police Chiefs Council rightly stated last year that violence against women and girls is a national emergency. Action must be taken against our societal epidemic of violence and sexual violence against women and girls, and I'm glad that the government is committed to halving it in a decade, a promise I will be doing my part to ensure is delivered. We rightly talk a lot, although indeed not nearly enough in this place, about victims, who must of course be at the heart of our work. We have reached a place as a society where most of us can accept as true the fact that all of us will know victims of domestic or sexual violence. And how could we not, with the National Police Chiefs Council statistics showing approximately 1 in 12 women will be a victim in any given year, and as many as 1 in 3 women over the course of a lifetime. Violence against women and girls is endemic in our country, happens all around us, and is committed by people, mainly men, who we all know and often trust and love. And it is this aspect of it that I think societally we have failed to grapple with. As we accept that we know victims, far few people can accept the truth of the fact that they know perpetrators. The 3,000 offences taking place per day and the psychological wreckage they leave behind, taking place rhetorically and conceptually by some sort of mysterious, passive, abstract force. It may be tempting to imagine that predators and perpetrators are unusual and can be identified if we only ditched our PC attitudes, but that ignores that the majority of abuse that takes place and worse leads to a complacency that makes women and girls more vulnerable. It is easier, psychologically and societally, to hold to the idea that sexual violence is a rare thing, perpetrated by monsters that you could spot a mile off, and finding any excuse to delegitimize those who come forward, for example, with victim blaming or preconceived ideas about how a quote unquote real victim would behave, is key to upholding that. We see excuses made constantly for this behavior, including in this place, and often by people who will claim themselves to be feminist or Christian, but don't demonstrate any of the values they claim to hold when it comes to having to confront the behavior of someone in their circle. It is easier to accept immediately the abuser's wholesale narrative and deflect, minimize, deny, defend, or rubbish the victim's credibility than to accept that someone that you know is not only capable of this type of violence, but has actually perpetrated it. This is at its most egregious when it is an institutional failure of reckoning. But of course, all institutions are made up of individual people who share in and perpetuate that culpability. Even in the vanishingly rare cases where someone is actually successfully convicted for domestic or sexual violence, you need only look at the comments online about how they've been hard done by, or were such a nice neighbour and couldn't possibly have done it. But we all know the vast majority of cases will never even make it that far. So what then? Let us be clear. 1 in 20 people are estimated to be perpetrators of violence against women and girls a year. That's according to the National Police Chiefs Council. Many of these people will be repeat perpetrators. We will all know at least one of them. They hide in plain sight, may very well be the last person that you expect, and they know exactly what it is they are doing. Failure to acknowledge that means forcing the victims to carry the shame that belongs to their abusers. We cannot say that we support victims coming forward if we cannot reconcile the fact that we all here and everyone watching will know perpetrators of this form of violence. If we're going to turn the tide on this, we need better education. We need more honest discussions of women's safety and men's roles. We need cultural change to identify and call out abusive behaviour. We need structures that believe women and girls and take misconduct seriously. We need investment into mental health and victim support services far above that currently on offer, including into the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority and ISVA and IDVA support. And we need a justice system that works, that can deliver timely justice, and in which women can have faith they won't be further traumatized in seeking justice, as happens all too often. But fundamentally, we all, in this place and right across society, need to have the courage to be more honest with ourselves about what we collectively look away from because it is too difficult. If we're ever going to hold perpetrators accountable and to create and sustain a culture where women and girls' safety is the norm and not the exception to it, that is where we need to begin.
Dame Karen Bradley. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wasn't expecting to be called so early. I'm very grateful for this and very grateful to take part in this important debate. I think this is an area where I have taken part in many debates on these topics over the years, and it is the House at its best, because it is where we come together. And the power of this House to speak with one voice in our determination to tackle these issues is incredibly powerful. It is heard beyond these walls. It is heard by law enforcement, by the judiciary, it is heard by the media, it is heard by others. So I am very grateful that we have this chance and that we can speak together and come together to find ways to tackle these horrendous crimes. Now, as I said in my intervention to the Shadow Minister, this is a process, not an event. We're all working towards what we want to see as the eradication of these crimes, that they are socially unacceptable, that they are things that do not happen in our country. But we know that that is a massive, massive challenge. And it is an area where anybody standing still, any government standing still, will go backwards. Because the offences change, because technology enables new offences. When I was a minister in the Home Office, the idea that we would have deep fake imagery, the idea that there would be even revenge porn and things like that simply wasn't coming across my desk as a minister. And that wasn't because it wasn't, it just wasn't simply happening. The technology wasn't there, and therefore we all have to be on our guard and making sure that we are all working towards ways to tackle these crimes. And I agree with the Minister, who made a very powerful speech. This is not a problem that can only be solved by women. Women and girls are predominantly the victims, but we need men to be part of the solution. And I am grateful to see so many men in this chamber today. There have been too many occasions when we've debated these issues and it has felt like it's a women's only club. It is not a women's only club. We need you, the men, to be part of the solution and to work with us. Now, I have sat where the ministers have sat, and I suspect I have felt the frustrations they are feeling. I've probably felt what one of the ministers is feeling this week, particularly acutely, having been through many media onslaughts on social media and otherwise over the years, and I do have immense sympathy for what she is going through. But the frustration as well is that actually the levers that can be pulled by a minister to try to resolve these issues are really quite limited. We can legislate, of course we can, but if the police don't understand what the crime looks like, and I referred to my taking the coercive control offence through Parliament 10 years ago, and I remember doing media at the time where the media would say, why on the earth are you doing this? There's no way it can ever be prosecuted. There's no way anyone can ever understand it. There's no way that they can ever get the evidence. And I remember saying to one of the journalists at one point, so is that your answer? Just don't do it because it's too hard. Surely we need to be doing these difficult things, but recognising that actually seeing the fruits of our labours is going to take a long time, and that these things don't change overnight. Of course I will.
My friend is making an incredibly important point, and the fact is that this House has a role to legislate sometimes, to actually lead cultural change in our country. Would you agree with me on that point, and would you also support some of the work the government's doing in exactly that direction?
I do agree with my honourable friend, right honourable friend, and I say I fully support what the government is doing and the government's aims and goals. This is something that all of us in this House, we might have slightly different ways of getting there, but we all want the same thing, and we need to be supportive. And if we scrutinise the government and we suggest areas where the government might improve their position or their policies, that isn't a criticism of the government's intent. It is merely that we think there may be other ways and there may be improvements that could be made. I took those suggestions when I was a minister in the faith in which they were intended, and I hope that that will be the case here, and I'm certain with the two ministers on the front bench that that will absolutely be the case. But I was talking about the levers that can be pulled. When those levers are actually need to be enforced by law enforcement or local authorities or the health service or education, there is a real frustration as a minister that there isn't a simple direction that can be given and that everyone's going to understand the changes that as a minister one wants to see. And that's why cross-departmental working is so important, and I believe interministerial groups are being deployed again, which I think is an absolutely excellent step, and I wholeheartedly congratulate the government on that. I know when I was minister they were so important, and also that we make sure that there is multi-agency working. And when I talk about multi-agency working, we have to make sure, and I saw it myself as a minister, that that the police are not the point of last resort, because multi-agency working, where a health professional, I remember going to visit the Royal Stoke, my local acute hospital's A&E, and seeing the domestic violence specialists who were there 10 years ago, spotting the issues and spotting the signs that domestic abuse might be the case. That is absolutely vital. The school teacher recognising that when the child is coming into school late every day or missing class, something is wrong and that action needs to be taken. We cannot leave it always to the police and to law enforcement. We have to make sure that there's multi-agency working, and having domestic abuse specialists in 999 centres and emergency centres is another good step in that direction. Now, I introduced a VORG strategy in 2016 when I was a minister, and another one was introduced in 2021, and I know we're going to get another one soon. And I'm certain that it will be victim focused, because these are crimes that cannot be tackled without putting the emphasis on the victims. But all victims are different. The abuse that one victim has had will be different from another victim's abuse. And let's be clear, getting somebody, and this has been alluded to in speeches already, getting someone who's been a victim of one of these most horrendous crimes to accept they're a victim is incredibly difficult. To be brave enough to pick up the phone to 999 is a really big step, because that victim has probably been enduring that abuse for many occasions. And she doesn't believe that she's a victim. She thinks she's in control. She thinks that she can deal with this problem without involving the authorities. And we have to get to the point where victims are able to accept their victims and give them the support that's needed. And that's where this multi-agency approach is so important, because a victim of FGM will be different from a victim of modern slavery. And a victim of domestic abuse will be different from a grooming victim. They all have each individual needs. And even within the categories, there will be different needs. Some victims of domestic abuse, it would be better for them to be able to remain in their homes and the perpetrator be removed and tackled. Absolutely. I see the Shadow Minister doing a thumbs away. I totally agree. But for other victims, that simply isn't going to be practical. And there needs to be places of safety that those victims can be taken to. And those places of safety need to be different for each victim. A mother with children needs a different place than from a young girl, that needs a different place from somebody who perhaps has very severe learning difficulties, mental health issues, addiction. There are all sorts of problems that victims face, often caused by the abuse, and they need a different approach. And of course, I've made the point it's multi-agency, but we can't arrest our way out of the problem. This needs to be a strategy that looks across all aspects of the 4 Ps, as it used to be called in my time in the Home Office, the pursue, protect, prevent and prepare strands. We need to make sure that there is every step that can be taken. I really welcome the ring fencing of funding that the Minister talked about, and I'm very keen to make sure that police and crime commissioners and police, fire and crime commissioners and mayors who have responsibility for these areas have the right funding they need to commission the services they need to support victims. And my final point is on the online world. I'm afraid that not only do new offences get created, but the online world has provided a place of safety for perpetrators, because online, that behaviour that is simply unacceptable offline is something that is normalised, socialised and anonymised. Somebody can go online and find that there's somebody who's got a similar interest to them in something that's totally and utterly unacceptable. And they have some images they can share. And they have, they don't know who they are. So therefore it's fine. I can look at those images because nobody knows it's me. And nobody knows what I do in the real world. And nobody knows that I'm looking at this. And it's absolutely normal because everybody else is doing it in this room. Now, this is an incredibly difficult part of thing to solve because normal policing methods it's really difficult to get normal policing methods to work in this kind of crime. Of course I will.
I think the Honourable Lady is making a really valuable point about the dangers that we have online. I wonder if she agrees with me that actually one of the big threats is the incel community, and that actually that highlights the need for approaching violence against women and girls from a public health perspective, because actually we can't just rely on the police to deal with these. Often there's mental health issues, all sorts of family breakdown challenges going on. So does she agree with me that tackling incel is vital in this area?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. She's absolutely right. This is something that has to start at schools, it has to start in the workplace, it has to be something that all of society gets behind and appreciates and understands. And so my final, just to conclude, if the government wishes to bring forward further measures to tackle online harm, I started the Internet Safety Strategy as the Secretary of State in Culture, Media and Sport. I'm very pleased we have the Online Harms Bill Act, but if the government wants to do more, they have my wholehearted support. I might scrutinise it, but I will support it. Thank you.
Justice Sato.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to start by acknowledging that I've had the privilege of working alongside the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley for a number of years while I worked in the domestic abuse sector. And she was a one-woman safeguarding service. Members from across the House would ask for her advice, and so frequently she advocated for victims when others were unable or no other service would come to their aid. I would like to say that she has done more for any abused woman than anyone at X, or in the party opposite, who don't appear to have actually appeared here today. And therefore I'd like to add my voice in condemning the attacks on her and others who have spent so long trying to fight for victims of domestic abuse and sexual violence.
Hear, hear.
I'd also like to start by saying that having spent my career working to prevent violence against women and girls, I'm dismayed and frankly disgusted by the way in which the issue of child sexual abuse, mostly against vulnerable girls, has recently been exploited by political opportunists for their own gain. To see the way people, both in and outside of this House, have spoken about this issue, as if victims and survivors were a political football to be kicked about by the passing interest of social media crazed billionaires and their political servants, has been disgraceful. We don't need empty rhetoric, and we don't need opportunism. We need action, and we need it now. The independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, ICSA, led by Professor Alexis Jay, published its report in 2022 after a 7-year-long process. We know that that process engaged with more than 7,000 victims and survivors, many of them girls. It processed 2 million pages of evidence and published 61 reports and publications. And it did spend 2 years working on an inquiry into child sexual exploitation and grooming specifically. In the last 3 years, I worked closely with colleagues across the children's sector, including survivors of child sexual abuse, to ensure the previous government implemented the recommendations from that inquiry. I'm grateful to the government now having said that they will take many of those recommendations forward. But as organisations such as the NSPCC and the National Association for People Abused in Childhood have argued, what we need now, and crucially, what victims and survivors urgently deserve, is for those recommendations to be implemented. I want to move on to say that I have been shocked by the lack of progress that we as a country have made in tackling violence against women and girls. I do pay tribute to honourable members across the chamber who have made a number of big steps to make sure that women and girls are safer, most notably through the Domestic Abuse Act. But we do know that despite the changes that we've made through this House, the problem is only getting worse. That is being driven by technological changes and exacerbated by cuts over the last years to the provision of support for victims and survivors and those at risk. The financial situation facing local specialist charities, for example, is acutely concerning, particularly as many, like Suffolk Rape Crisis in my area, have been forced to close. I totally understand the financial pressures facing this government due to the huge black hole the Conservatives left. But I would like to raise the real concerns charities such as Women's Aid and Victim Support have raised after cuts to grants in the core victim services budget for police and crime commissioners, at the same time as they have to grapple with national insurance contributions increasing. After terrible cuts for many years, they are being faced with the spectre of having to think about whether they need to close their service, just as we start our mission as a government to halve violence against women and girls. Victims deserve and should have a right to be adequately supported and kept safe from further harm. Services such as the Waveney Domestic Abuse and Violence Forum in my constituency support hundreds of victims without any statutory funding. Yet the work they do is high risk, specialist, and saves women's lives. Specialist services need long-term, sustainable funding arrangements. And what I believe that we in this place should do is look to formulate a new statutory duty to commission services for victims of domestic and sexual abuse, both adults and children, and thereby end the postcode lottery that leaves too many vulnerable women and children to fend for themselves. This would also meet a key recommendation of the ICSA review, which was to make sure that all child victims of sexual abuse should be offered specialist therapeutic support. Similarly, given the significant harm and trauma caused by growing up being exposed to domestic abuse, we need to address the critical shortage of child-independent domestic violence advisors, CHIDVAs. 1 in 5 children experience domestic abuse growing up, and yet there are barely very any services to support them. The domestic abuse charity Safe Lives has estimated that an additional 1,900 CHIDVAs are needed to meet the needs of children identified in domestic abuse cases. We also need to be looking at the drivers behind men's violence against women and girls. As an officer of the all-party parliamentary group on the commercial exploitation, I would like to raise the issue of pornography. Women are the targets of both physical and verbal aggression in 94% of scenes in pornographic content, and most of the time, the aggressors are men. One woman involved in the pornography industry describes her experience. "I was being hit and choked. I was really upset and they didn't stop. They kept filming. I asked them to turn the camera off and they kept going." I'm hopeful the government will look more closely at online pornographic content, which depicts sexual activity with adult actors made to look like children, and content which depicts sexual activity between family members. Children's charities such as Bernardo's are concerned that this content acts as a gateway for some viewers who, after repeated consumption, end up needing ever more real content, leading them to seek out child sexual abuse material. What is the purpose of pornography which dresses adult women as children, girls with lollipops and teddy bears and school uniform? Widely accessible violent pornography is normalising abuse in everyday life, warping the perceptions of both young men and women of sex and healthy relationships, and fueling the rise of a misogynistic incel culture. Illegal pornographic content is found across the internet, from the most popular pornography websites to social media apps that children still have access to. Ensuring the Online Safety Act's age verification checks for children are brought in properly this year, and websites are held accountable by Ofcom are paramount to tackling this. And if necessary, we need to close any loopholes that might allow websites like Pornhub and others to swerve their responsibilities under that Act. Requiring all online platforms to verify that every individual featured in pornographic content on their site is an adult consenting to publication is also something the government should look to introduce, as should be bringing the regime of online pornographic content regulation into the same system as offline pornography, which is regulated by the British Board of Film Classification. We know that online pornographic content is normalising strangulation. Devon and Cornwall Sexual Assault Referral Centre looked at a 5-month period in 2023, and 31% of those referrals, 53 out of 172, had victims who had suffered non-fatal strangulation as part of the sexual violence they'd experienced. Only 7 of these involved a stranger. 3 had to go to A&E due to the severity of their symptoms. Pornography has repositioned strangulation as breath play, and so minimised the hugely detrimental health implications, seizures, stroke, paralysis, and death. I am, however, particularly glad to see that the Victims Minister, the Honourable Member for Pontypridd, has this week confirmed that the government will bring forward legislation to create a new offence for creating sexually explicit deepfake images. New deepfakes are having an increasingly insidious impact on children's lives in particular, as well as many women and girls who experience this every day. I've been campaigning alongside organisations like Internet Matters to ban the nudifying tools and apps that create them. We know they only have one purpose, and that is to violate women and girls. 99% of images created on these are of women, and many do not work on images of men. I see no reason why they should not only be freely available to use, but also free to advertise themselves to young people on platforms like TikTok and Instagram, and on app stores, where there is at the moment no true age verification. Even with age verification, it's up to the app stores to determine whether content actually meets an adult level of age verification. And I would urge the government to look closely at the regulation of app stores to make sure the content on there is independently verified as being suitable for our children to access every day. We're failing our women and girls and men themselves if we continue to ignore the public health crisis generated by violent and addictive pornography and the porn culture it generates. I know just how committed this government is, and our front bench, to tackling violence against women and girls. And I'm so honoured to be here to be able to support the work I know that we will do. I hope, cross-party, to truly end the huge trauma that too many women and girls face. Thank you.
Sartre Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to take a moment. I find that incredibly distressing to sit and listen to the brilliant remarks from the member for Lowestoft. Why would I find that upsetting? I find that upsetting because I am a survivor of abuse myself. Northern Ireland is one of the most dangerous places in Europe to be a woman. I have to say I'm really upset that there are no other members for Northern Ireland here at the minute. 8 women were murdered last year. Over 20 in the last 4. But why should I feel like this? It should be the people that are out there perpetrating these crimes. people that are in this building, people that are everywhere. As the members previous have stated, statistically speaking, there will be people in this building who are the perpetrators. More often, the people doing this are people we know, people we love. And that's what makes it even more traumatic, upsetting, and disgusting. We are living in a society where it was only in 1991, in the case of R&R, that marital rape was made an offence. It took until March 2000 until a Belfast man was convicted for raping his wife. I could talk today of the case of Alexander McCartney, a prolific paedophile that speaks directly to what the member for Lowestoft was talking about. Thousands of children, thousands abused. And whenever myself and the member for Lowestoft, indeed with other members across the House, met with big tech companies just a number of weeks ago, I put it to them, are you aware of the case of Alexander McCartney? We've heard from you that you're a self-regulating industry, that you take this matter of child abuse seriously. Have you heard of the case? And not one of them, bar one, who happened to own the platform where Mr. McCartney was so prolific, had heard of this case. We are living through a crisis. We are living through a crisis where women are having their rights eroded every day. My mum was brought up during a time whenever she could only dream of having some of the rights that myself and others in my generation were promised. And we did get some of that, we did. But we have seen more rolled back in recent weeks and months and years. And we are now literally having to fight for our lives. Northern Ireland remains an outlier in Europe for violence against women and girls. There are many issues as to why that is the case. One of them is the legacy of our troubled past, where we have heard through other members' contributions about the impact of war and conflict. And Northern Ireland isn't exempt. We are not exempt. We are having to deal with that legacy of trauma and conflict. Layered on top of that, we are having to deal with the issues that every other woman and girl across the globe is facing. One thing that really, really disturbs me, terrifies me for my life, is incel culture. I am an elected rep in Northern Ireland. I stood for election for the first time in 2017, and that was whenever I received my first rape threat. My first. That should not be normal. And in recent days, previous members have sought to put forward a narrative that that should be taken as part and parcel, not just of public life, but particularly of the life of elected reps in this House. Well, members, I profoundly disagree. Many trolls, no doubt online, will later on consider my contribution to this House today as a self-indulgent rant, shrieking shrill. I'm a privileged woman. I'm a privileged woman. And what can I say to my constituents in Lagan Valley if I cannot give them an example of women being safe? What can I say to them? I don't know what to say to them. And as the member, I'm so sorry, I can't remember your constituency, Carol. As the member who used to be the former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland has said, this is a societal issue. This is a societal issue. And not one person will tackle this by themselves. However, I want to say that there are various individuals in our society at this point in time that are playing an outsized, toxic and disturbing role. I would like to put on record today my thanks to the member for Birmingham Yardley, the Minister for Safeguarding, for the role she has played, not just in recent days and weeks, but for years. 4 years in protecting and standing up for women and girls. Only a matter of months ago, another member of this House said to me whenever I had talked about wanting to do more on the issue of violence against women and girls that it was topical. Topical. Passing interest, bit of a fleeting thought, topical. Sorry, no. We have been dealing with this for years and it is now turbocharged. And that means that our response must be turbocharged. But I have to be honest and say, I myself am torn, as are many other members of this House, in not wanting to give oxygen, in not wanting to give a platform to these hate mongers, these women abusers. But how can we ever deal with what is in front of our face if we do not call it out in the most explicit way? I don't think that demeans us. I don't think that brings us down to that level. I do not think for a second that that takes away from the import of what we are saying or doing. I think it is actually essential, and we should not be ashamed, because every single one of us in this House has to stand up for our constituents. I see many women come across the door of my office in Lisburn who have been through years of systemic abuse, failed at every cut and turn, in the past by statutory agencies, in the past by others who did have a duty and didn't report. And they now are left in a position where we are having to build up trust with them, not just in terms of their life, but in terms of the societal and statutory response. And I know every single person in the House today will commit to doing that, and I am so delighted to see the seriousness with which this new government has taken and gripped the issue. I think we need to address the root causes, including online abuse and harmful cultural norms. We would see a lot of school groups coming through the constituency. We previously did a lot of visits to the Northern Ireland Parliament building in Stormont whenever I sat there in the Northern Ireland Assembly. And during one school visit, a member of the public came up and said that they wanted to rape me. And there were two people there, and we just kind of were paralysed with the response. And that was not the right response. That was not the right response. Not from me, but from the people around. And it is so normalised that that is exactly what people thought. And that's not good enough. And if people have an issue with champions of women and girls and marginalised communities standing up and using their voice and calling it out, if that makes others feel awkward, if others see that as creating a fuss or causing a big deal, well, that's not my problem, because we're never going to deal with the cause of this. Sometimes there is a narrative that these murders are a tragic inevitability. That's not the case. These deaths are preventable. They are so preventable. And yet we are living in an age where this is now seen as something that I think another member had talked about, just a phenomenon that happens where women die. And this could not be further from the truth. I feel standing here that I've let myself down a little bit by being so emotional at the start. It's not my usual style, but like many other members of the House in the last number of days, the abuse we have received preceding the incidents last night in the House and over the next number of hours after that has compounded to an issue that really feels that we are under attack, simply for standing up, not just for ourselves, but for the people that every single one of us across the United Kingdom is elected to serve. I would simply implore members not to forget Northern Ireland in this. We have an incredible Justice Minister in the form of my party colleague and friend, Naomi Long, as well as our First and Deputy First Minister, who are all desperate and anxious to act. But we cannot do this alone. We do need the help of every single member of this House. Human rights are not devolved, and on a technical point, regulation of social media is certainly not devolved. I stand ready to partner with the government to tackle this work, and I would simply and modestly ask that others help me and the other members who represent Northern Ireland to help us end this epidemic of violence against women and girls.
Johnny Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by sincerely thanking the Honourable Member for Langan Valley for what was a moving, extraordinary and really quite brave speech. Thank you very much indeed. And can I also quote my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, who said that, rightly, that this is a timely debate, and of course it is timely, but the truth is that violence against women and girls has been a scourge on England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales and beyond our islands since time immemorial, and it will take serious, calm, well thought through policies and collaborative approach to really tackle it. And that is exactly what this government is trying to do. There should be no illusions about how serious a problem this is, and nor should we pretend, as some on the opposition benches have appeared to do in the last week, that it is only a problem for one culture or one ethnicity. Because that alone will not remove the threat of sex-based violence. In fact, in most places in the UK, and including in my constituency, it would be unlikely to make any real difference at all to the threat that women and girls face from violent men. For if we want to be serious about tackling grooming that leads to such violence, I believe we must recognise the role that social media companies take in monetising hatred, in promoting extreme misogyny for profit, and making a packet out of legitimising exploiting women. The Minister mentioned in her opening statement the problem of toxic masculinity, and we all know that it is ubiquitous online. The profiteers of this hatred dress up their indulgence of extremism as free speech advocacy, but are in fact consciously hoping to create a world where women in particular who stand against this extreme hatred promoted on social media, that it's hatred based on sex and ethnicity, are cowered into submission. In this House, of course, our speech is formally protected. No billionaire can hope to launch a libel suit to shut us up, but that does not stop them from trying to find other means they hope will silence us, and we've all been at the end of it, principally the mob. Every woman in this House knows that anything that we say in here that challenges power and privilege can put us at risk in a way that is quantitatively and qualitatively different from our male colleagues. I think there has been far too much admiration for the tech bros and too little willingness to challenge abuse. I want to thank the Prime Minister and the ministers for their robust words this week. It made me proud to be a Labour MP, and I hope has marked a departure from what we have seen, and I hope that their responses, that we can see much more of this in the future. We should, I believe, do more to tackle the abuse that the tech industry has been allowed to get away with for so long. And can I associate myself with every word that my honourable friend made earlier around the role that pornography plays in this arena. I would only add to that one piece of evidence that I find quite shocking is that 8-year-old boys are regularly accessing pornography, and the impact that that has on violence against women and girls is well documented. I just want to take the opportunity to add one
one other area of tech that I think needs to be addressed, and that is pimping websites where women's bodies are advertised freely for sale to abusers. There was a survey that was done just before Christmas where the organisation UK Feminista looked at my constituency in the surrounding area of East Kilbride and Straven, and they were 368 women for sale freely online, and this is legal. I know that many people argue that this is sex work, but as a socialist and a feminist, I mean wholly and utterly opposed to this dangerous idea. It is grotesque abuse of and exploitation of vulnerable women, and it indicates to men that women are commodities to be bought and sold. Money should not make acts of physical abuse legal and lawful. And as I said, it is, yes.
Thank you. I recently had a casework surgery session in my constituency, and the subject of dating apps was mentioned, and the lack of responsibility and the lack of care and oversight by dating apps towards women users. Does the honourable member agree that dating apps and the operators that profit from those apps should also be held to account for protecting women and men who use those apps in the same way as social media companies should be held to account?
Yes. And I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. And yes, I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment of his point, and I hope that we can work across the House to make that happen. So my plea, I suppose, at this point is to ask ministers to consider bringing forward legislation to tackle the online pimping websites, pornography, and the abuses of dating apps. And I'll sum up by saying that perhaps we could the government could take firmer action against online abuse at the source and spend that money on some of the wonderfully well thought through measures, of which we haven't seen for some time, outlined in the minister's statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next member, members will have seen how many people are hiring to speak in this debate, and it's such an important debate. I do want to get everybody in, so I'm going to start a 6-minute time limit. Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to speak in this incredibly important debate. I very much welcome the government's ambition to halve violence against women and girls over the next decade, and I hope everyone in this place will work together to ensure success. Because if we don't, it's our daughters, our mothers, our sisters, our neighbours and our friends that will all pay the price. There are many factors driving sex-based violence, and many powerful contributions have been made today laying these out. I intend to speak specifically about the impact of online pornography on attitudes and violence towards women and girls, especially when viewed by young people during their formative years. With 50%, yes, 50% of all internet-using adult males in the UK visiting Pornhub in September 2020, this is not a fringe concern or something that can be ignored. And to be very clear, we are not talking about the type of content once seen in 80s jazz mags. We are talking about harmful, degrading, and violent imagery that dehumanises women. This type of extreme online pornographic content has proliferated over the last decade and includes footage featuring physical aggression and violence predominantly directed at women. This material has become mainstream, though it bears little resemblance to real sex or what goes on in genuinely loving relationships. Worryingly, in these videos, women are typically shown responding neutrally when on the receiving end of this aggression, or even with pleasure. Make no mistake, this content reinforces the idea that women desire and derive pleasure from violence and ultimately perpetuates rape culture. And when you then layer on the fact that this content can be pulled out of anyone's pocket and watched repeatedly throughout the day on smartphones, even by children, it becomes clear why this is such a problem for our society. Boys will think this type of activity is normal in the bedroom, whilst girls will think it's expected. In a survey done by the Children's Commissioner in November 2022, it was found that 1 in 10 children had seen pornography by the age of 9, with half having seen it before they turned 13. It is horrifying to think of our children watching these acts of sexual violence that they can't properly comprehend or understand. And the consequences of this can be clearly seen, with 47% of young people between the ages of 16 and 21 stating that girls expect sex to involve aggression, and a further 42% stating that most girls enjoy it. A study that analysed heterosexual scenes published on 2 leading free pornographic websites found that between 35% and 45% of content contained at least one act of physical aggression, most common of which were gagging, choking, spanking, slapping, and hair pulling. Women were the target of the aggression in 97% of the scenes. It can be no surprise to anyone that if young men are watching this content day in and day out, that it will impact their perceptions and relationships with women negatively. Hundreds of studies have been undertaken over the past 30 years, and they confirm the obvious. Porn culture is pervasive and influential. It has normalized and sexualized choking and strangling of women during sex, spitting on them, and other unsafe and degrading acts. Dr. Jackson Katz, an educator and author, has said, it requires willful naivety to pretend that this has no negative effects on generations of young people's sexuality or has no connection to the ongoing pandemic of men's violence against women. Moreover, disturbingly, frequent viewing of online pornography can desensitize some men to sexual content, driving a need for ever more hardcore content to satisfy them. This causes some boys and men who wouldn't otherwise do so to escalate to viewing illegal content such as child abuse imagery or rape videos. So what do we do to address this situation? It's not easy. It's a bit like trying to get the genie back in the bottle. But we must address this. I suspect in the years to come, we'll look back at the content that was so accessible to our children and so damaging and be utterly incredulous. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 2 asks for the Minister. Firstly, we must put in place basic safeguards requiring online platforms to verify that every individual featured in pornographic content is an adult and gave permission for their content to be published. Verification information must be provided by each individual featured in the content, not by any other person. And most importantly, failure to comply with this requirement must result in robust sanctions by Ofcom, including preventing the website in question from operating in the UK if need be. Enforcement must be swift and robust to protect victims and create the necessary deterrent effect. Secondly, we must bring the regulation of online pornography in line with that for offline. The main statutory regulator of offline pornography is the British Board of Film Classification, the BBFC. It is responsible for classifying pornographic content before it can be published and ensures it doesn't contain illegal content such as child sexual abuse, incest, trafficking, torture, rape, or strangulation. Any such offline illegal content cannot be sold or supplied in the UK. Yet the law has never been extended to cover regulation of online pornographic content. This is anachronistic. Absolutely, I will give way.
I just wanted to say that she's making a very powerful point. What is illegal offline must be treated the same way online, and I fully support everything she's saying.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I completely concur. It demonstrates that our laws have not kept up with our ever-changing world. I therefore call on the government to ensure online pornographic content is held to the same standards as that for offline. Lastly, I want to thank the APPG for commercial sexual exploitation for their groundbreaking inquiry into pornography during the last term of Parliament. They have shone a light on this important issue and have not shied away from harsh truths. We cannot end the epidemic of male violence against women and girls in this country without recognising and confronting the role that harmful online pornography is playing. Enough is enough. If everyone in this House cares about women and girls, and our boys too, because this is bad for them as well, it's time to take action and ensure online content is properly regulated. Thank you.
Jen Craft.
Thank Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd just like to begin by paying tribute to the member for Langdon Valley. Her speech was incredibly courageous and brave. And I think in these recent days, when myself, along with, I would assume, most women members of this House have received a level of online abuse, her courageousness and bravery, I think, is something that can inspire us all and give us the confidence to stand here. And I'd just like to say my personal thanks to her for sharing what she did with us. Violence against women and girls is nothing short of a national emergency. In my constituency of Thurrock alone, 317 sexual offences were recorded in 1 year and 1,841 incidents of stalking and harassment. Behind each of these statistics is a woman or girl whose life has been impacted by some of the worst crimes. But these figures represent just the tip of an iceberg, the absolute sharp end of unrestrained misogyny and hate directed towards women and girls. So I strongly welcome the government's commitment to halving violence against women and girls in a decade and the measures outlined so far to deliver justice for victims of these awful offences and ensure perpetrators are held accountable. We must also tackle the root cause of this epidemic of violence towards women and girls, which is more often than not male violence towards women and girls. Societal attitudes that see women and girls as second-class citizens, viewing certain women and girls as less worthy of respect and value, expectations of a perfect victim, this all needs to stop. Young boys and girls are exposed every day to a virulent mix of misogyny and sex-based hate crime online. It cannot be right for children to view strangulation as standard practice in sexual intercourse. It cannot be right for there to be any question around when a no doesn't mean no. To bring the meaningful change needed to end this scourge of violence, we need to tackle these issues at root. We need to educate and empower boys to show respect and call out misogyny in their peers. And we need to encourage and support men to identify and speak out against all forms of sex-based hate, challenging their peers as to what is and what is not acceptable, and reflecting on where the communities and spaces they are in can do and be better. And we need to support women and girls who have experienced the worst of our society through male violence. CERIC, in my constituency, is a pioneering rape and abuse support service. Set up by women determined that rape victims would not be left unsupported, they provide specialist support built up through years of experience to victims of rape or sexual abuse or violence. They allow survivors to reclaim control over their own lives, understand the impact of what they have lived through, and help them to move forward. CERIC are keen to highlight that for all victims, a purely criminal justice outcome is not enough to repair the harm that has been done. And indeed, for some victims, a criminal justice outcome is not the desired or best approach for that individual. Re-traumatising victims through the criminal justice system, through forcing victims to repeatedly retell what has happened to them, needs to be minimised, and support needs to be prioritised, but will require a cross-government effort. Health services need to be equipped to both recognise the signs of physical and sexual abuse and provide support for victims that is not purely focused on gathering evidence for a potential prosecution. Specialist support services such as CERIC need to be funded when they receive referrals from health services, particularly community therapy services who will not treat a woman who has been the victim of sexual violence or rape. There is currently no statutory framework for specialist rape and sexual violence support services, meaning specialist support is often under-supported in place of more generic provision. I welcome the Minister's commitment to developing a strong and sustainable model that ensures that these specialist services are protected, and I would like to request that she meet with me and CERIC to make sure that the valuable input they bring in amplifying the voices of victims of male violence against women and girls is not missed out on. And I would like to conclude by stating that we have an opportunity with the spotlight currently on this issue, which as a woman I know it very seldom is. We have an opportunity to tackle the causes of male violence against women and girls at root, to implement the recommendations of ICSA, and to listen to the voices of victims to provide the support they need to rebuild their lives. An opportunity I hope isn't squandered by those who seek to put their own political ambition, spreading misinformation, insinuation and division ahead of making real change.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2021, the City of Plymouth, which my constituency of South West Devon is part, had two horrific tragedies affecting a number of people in the city. We had the Keyham shootings, which were incel linked, hence my question about that earlier, and the tragic murder of Bobby Ann McLeod. And I know both of the ministers are well aware of those cases. However, what came out of those tragedies was an opportunity to shine a light on Vogue in the city in a way that had never happened before, to see what was already being done and what more could be done to make things even better, ultimately to enable women and girls to be safe and feel safe. So the Plymouth Violence Against Women and Girls Commission was established, and it was done in response and was something that I had the privilege of leading. It took us 6 months, we worked cross-party, and we reported back with 15 recommendations, which were supported by organisations and businesses right across the city. And you might be interested to note that we deliberately called it the Male Violence Against Women and Girls report as well, something that at the time felt like we were breaking ground. We've moved on a long way since then. January 2023, one of the recommendations came to fruition, which was a Westminster Hall debate. So my name is mentioned in Hansard as part of that, and the ministers were both part of that debate under the my predecessor, Sir Gary Streeter, organised that. And we were able to share our learning, something that we were really keen to do. Now, we all know that violence against women and girls is a huge topic, and it's very difficult sometimes to even figure out the best way to approach it. And that is why we approached it through that public health lens. We recognise that there were no quick fixes and that there are multiple factors influencing the likelihood to either be a perpetrator or to be a victim. So that was key to what we did. We wanted to change culture and behaviour in the city, support women and girls by being victim-focused and trauma-informed. And I pay tribute to the organisations that were already working hard to do that in the city. Trevi, First Light, Ahimsa, the NSPCC, and our Police and Crime Commissioner, Alison Hernandez, as well as the police and the City Council. Particularly, I want to name Hannah Sheed, who's worked for Trevi for a number of years and is moving on now. It'd be nice to get her mentioned in this place today. We also recognise the importance of creating safe spaces and then also building blocks for the future. So it's 2 years ago. I wanted to briefly update you on what we have done since. One of the key things we did was appoint a strategic lead in the city, and there are now actually 3 women whose job it is to, or 4 women actually, Megan, Verity, Tracy and Lisa, whose job it is to bring everything that's happening across the city together. And if there's any members here who want to take a good example back to their constituencies, I'd highly recommend that. Changing culture was a focus on allyship and education of all ages. The NSPCC have done some fantastic work in schools focusing on pornography, and we've seen the establishment of a group called Man Culture, who wanted to work together to be part of the solution to reducing Vogue in the city. They've received money from the Serious Violence Funding and have delivered workshops to facilitate conversations around healthy masculinity and indeed positive masculinity, which is something that's been raised today. There's also a huge amount being done to support women and girls and make it easier to access support. Since 2022, the city has been pursuing a coordinated community response accreditation, which is working with Standing Together Against Domestic Abuse, where we want to make sure that we have an assessment of how we deal with all of this work, multi-agency. There's been a review of the city's MARAC, which has led to improvements, and a new steering group, which is ongoing. But they're also looking at developing a MATAC in the city, and that was the working group for that was launched in the autumn of 2024, where we want to see council, police, probation and local charities working together with perpetrators, focusing on engaging with them, disrupting their behaviour and seeing that those high-risk, high-harm domestic abuse perpetrators tackled. Then in terms of creating safe spaces, a huge amount has been done on that. And of particular note is something, now you have to bear with me, it's a very, very long name. Plymouth's Evening and Nighttime Economy Predatory Behaviour Disruption Partnership is working a pilot at the moment, which is looking at how we can bring together civic tools and criminal together, because often we know that criminal tools are not enough, or they don't hit a trigger point. So what could we use? How could we use civic tools to enable us to tackle predatory behaviours? So in the last 12 months, we've had 12 community protection notice warnings served, 1 antisocial behaviour stage 2 warning served, and 5 meetings at police stations with words of advice. Now that to me is really cracking action, and is something where we've brought together those non-criminal actions to ensure that we can tackle that predatory behaviour. So well done to everybody involved in that. So the key there is that they've been working together and holding each other to account. Now, continuing with the theme of safe spaces, I do want to just touch specifically on single-sex spaces, and please hear me out on this. This is done with a real spirit of gentleness. I just appreciate that there are lots of women out there for whom this is particularly important, and it's important that their voices are heard as well, some of whom are my constituents. There's a concern amongst women at the moment about the lack of clarity over language and guidelines, and that's why the former Women and Equalities Minister, the Right Honourable Member for North West Essex, launched a call for input, seeking examples of where guidance is being set out that might wrongly suggest that people have a legal right to access all single-sex spaces and services according to their self-identified gender. The new government responded to this in December, and we're just concerned that what it's led to is actually a lack of clarity over whether or not a single-sex space is something that those who can identify who can self-identify able to use, or whether it is specifically just women. Yes, I will.
She's making another very powerful speech, and her examples of real-life examples of how we can change things, multi-agency, are so powerful. But her point on clarity is so important. So can I urge her to keep fighting to make sure that we have that clarity?
Yes, thank you to my right honourable friend for her contribution. I think it is just really clear, and I think it would be great if the ministers could address that this afternoon for those who are watching this debate to understand whether they will recommit to doing something on single-sex spaces. But just to end on another note, finally, back to Plymouth, just another thought. The experts that are working around our city are beginning to look at the fact that the Domestic Abuse Act 2023 gave a statutory standing to children to be considered as victims in their own right. And the men and women that are working in Plymouth on this are beginning to wonder whether we actually shouldn't look at calling it violence against women and children rather than violence against women and girls, because the challenge with any label is it can actually take our focus off what we need to be talking about. So I'd just be very interested later on in the debate to hear the minister's response to that. And finally, I've set out very briefly the results of this Commission on Violence Against Women and Girls and our recommendations. You are all welcome to come and visit Plymouth to see what we have done. We have not solved the problem, but I do believe we've gone a very long way towards playing our part in tackling violence against women and girls.
Yeah.
Paul Wall.
I'd like to thank the member for South West Devon, along with other members for Reigate and for Staffordshire Moorlands, and also Luton North, Lagan Valley, Lowestoft, East Kilbride and Thurrock. They've all made powerful and compelling speeches today, and it's such a shame that some members of some parties simply didn't bother to turn up today. And I welcome the largely constructive tone from the Shadow Minister as well that we've seen today. But can I say something about the tone of the recent debate and the way it's unleashed yet another tide of misinformation and lies? Overnight, Facebook groups have become a sewer of misinformation on the vote last night. I proudly voted for the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill last night because it toughens the law to improve child protection and safeguarding. Anything else said about me or my colleagues is a lie. I've made clear to my Rochdale constituents I'm open to a new inquiry into grooming gangs if that's what's most helpful to the victims and survivors, and if, and this is crucial, if it can be done in a way that doesn't conflict with the current live police investigations and prosecutions. Don't forget, and people are forgetting, that the J inquiry had victims and survivors at its very heart. They were built into its process. They were consulted all the way along during the start and during it and after it. Many victims and survivors have said they want that report to be implemented in full. That is their priority. Their clear demand, Alexis J's clear demand, is to get on with it. And that's exactly what this government is doing. In Rochdale, a predominantly Pakistani heritage grooming gang raped our local girls and tarnished our town's good name. Andy Burnham's independent inquiry into the council and police failures in Rochdale was published last year. Like the J report, the Rochdale report listened to victims and came up with recommendations. Crucially, the prosecution and police have been able to get on and pursue further prosecutions as a result. That's what the public want. Locking up these paedophiles, making sure they get the strongest possible sentences and that they're brought to court swiftly, that's the priority. Telford is another excellent example of a local inquiry that builds on the survivors' experience and makes sure that they're involved all the way along. They know what the flaws are, they know what the best solutions are, and how they can be embedded locally and nationally. Now, it's clear from the inquiry we've had through Greater Manchester that the central failure was working class girls not being believed or respected, and the police thinking that their cases wouldn't stack up in court. That was also the problem in the case of the abuse of boys by Cyril Smith, which I had a role in exposing as a journalist more than a decade ago. Working class youngsters were simply not believed by the authorities, locally or nationally. And it was this Prime Minister, as Director of Public Prosecutions, who brought in real change to make sure those working class voices could be heard in court. Now, I'd like to say the additional problem in Rochdale was delays in multi-agency working, social workers and the police not getting their act together, not getting the right specialist help, not spotting the patterns of organised abuse. We need specialists. We need them within police forces, rape specialists, child protection teams. We need to disrupt this wherever it happens and be tough in the sentencing as a result. But what I loathe is this suggestion that this should be a political game. It sickens me to think that politicians can think another party can be damaged by being tarred by the idea of child abuse. I pay tribute to Theresa May for setting up that child abuse inquiry. I pay tribute to the former Prime Minister for setting up the Grooming Gangs Task Force. We should have a cross-party consensus about this, and we need to maintain it at all costs. Now, it's sad, as I say, to see some members of the party, the Reform Party, simply not here today. A responsible politician does not ride the wave of justified anger about child abuse. What they do is they do something about it. We can have a robust debate about policy, about delays, about action or inaction, but to somehow suggest that someone who disagrees with you is somehow complicit in or endorses child abuse is completely unacceptable. Yeah. That's the real danger of what's being lost in all this, because politics will suffer and the victims will suffer. I want to pay, finally, particular tribute to Sarah Rowbotham, the former health worker in Rochdale who later became a Labour councillor, whose tireless work led to the exposure of the grooming gang in our town. Sarah was played by Maxine Peake in the BBC drama Three Girls, the broadcast of which led to huge change and justice for many girls, not just across Rochdale, but across the whole country. Indeed, there's a remarkable effort in Rochdale, a collective movement that has long been at the forefront of protecting women and girls from domestic and sexual violence. Our town is not just a place of resilience, but a beacon of hope, of support, of empowerment of those most vulnerable in our society. I'd like to pay tribute to the exceptional individuals leading this work. Kalda Manzoor, CEO of the Rochdale Women's Welfare Association, Kathy Thomas, CEO of Rochdale Connections Trust, Councillor Samina Zahir, Janet Emsley, Amber Nisa, they've all driven this work. And I must finally pay tribute to the youngsters, Failinge Park High School's White Ribbon Ambassadors, and initiatives by the Rochdale Islamic Academy and Girls' School demonstrate how education can play a pivotal role in preventing abuse and changing societal attitudes. Rochdale stands as a testament to what can be achieved when individuals, charities and public institutions unite, and political parties too, for a common cause. Let's honour their efforts, not just with words, but with the continued support that they need to thrive.
Ellen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the Government bringing this really important debate to the House today. Thank you. So every single day, 3,000 crimes of violence against women and girls are recorded. That's 3,000 acts of harm inflicted on women in our society. And yet, according to the End Violence Against Women Coalition, the true figure is likely far higher, as so many victims simply just never come forward. 1 in 12 women will become a victim of these crimes each year, and it's estimated that 1 in 20 people are perpetrators annually, although again, the actual number is thought to be significantly greater. These figures are not just statistics. They represent lives, lives disrupted, confidence eroded, and safety stolen. Violence against women and girls is horrifyingly prevalent in our society. Too many women feel unsafe walking down their own streets, in their homes, in their workplaces, and online. The reality of this violence has been profoundly felt in my constituency. In 2023, Emma Patterson and her 7-year-old daughter were brutally killed by her husband. There were warning signs of coercive, controlling behaviour, but they were not picked up on. The loss of Emma and Letty Patterson should serve as a reminder of how domestic abuse can escalate rapidly, and we must be ready to listen to women and pick up on these signs of abuse. We must learn from such tragedies and act decisively to prevent others. Our criminal justice system is failing women. Survivors are not supported as they should be, and far too often perpetrators evade justice. Online abuse, workplace harassment and daily intimidation are all too common, and they reveal a society that continues to let women down. We need a whole system approach to tackle this issue. Criminal justice partners, government bodies, voluntary organisations and industry must come together to improve early identification, risk assessment and the provision of support for survivors. And most importantly, when there are reports of any sort of violence or sexual misconduct, they must be taken seriously. We will not get rid of this surge of violence against women and girls in our society if the police simply do not take women seriously, investigate the reported crime and bring the perpetrators to justice. The Liberal Democrats believe in a clear path forward. That includes making misogyny a hate crime, fully implementing the Istanbul Convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence, with protections for all survivors regardless of nationality or immigration status, and ensuring sustainable funding for refuge spaces and rape crisis centres to meet the overwhelming demand. Survivors deserve better. They deserve domestic abuse specialists embedded in every police force, mandatory trauma training for officers and prosecutors, and real action to address delays in the justice system that put women at further risk. Social media companies must also play their part by addressing the appalling abuse women face online, including members in the House today. This is often how abuse starts. Transparency and accountability must be non-negotiable. No woman should have to live in fear of violence. No girl should grow up thinking that this is the norm. We have the tools and knowledge to make a difference. What we need now is the will to act. I welcome the announcements from this government and that they're maintaining this as a key priority. And I stand ready to work with anyone in this chamber to build a safer, fairer society for women and girls. Thank you.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I want to begin, I want to remind everyone that every woman and some men have a story. Some are awful, many are devastating, including the women in this House themselves, like myself. And if anyone is feeling affected by this debate, either in the House or watching online about the issues raised in this debate, please reach out to the many amazing organisations. And if you're in Milton Keynes, MK Act is your partner. But it's for women like myself and the women in Milton Keynes that I want to extend my thank you to the member for Birmingham Yardley and the member for Pontypridd, because it's women like you that are making our lives safer. Thank you. Previous governments have treated violence against women and girls as an inevitable, or more recently, a political opportunity instead of the national emergency that it is. I feel sorry for the member from East Grinstead and Uckfield, who I know feels strongly on this. But I'd like to know who's not in this room today. Not a single Reform MP. Shows how much they care. No show from the Shadow Home Secretary, who also said he really cared about the issue. No show from the Shadow Justice Secretary, who also said he cared about this issue. I guess they only care about it when they can put out Facebook ads afterwards. We are sick and tired of seeing women and girls facing the same threats of violence and abuse generation after generation. After Sarah Everard was killed, women across the country demanded action, but too little changed. After Renee Udad was killed, we expected major overhauls in policing and the criminal justice system, but barely anything was done. After the reports and the reviews, not a single recommendation was enacted. The passive response from previous governments to these devastating crimes is frankly hopeless. It's the constant frustration for those who ask that care, the mourning, the tragedy, the inevitability of male violence against women and girls in this country is exhausting, but we will never stop fighting. Every new case that makes the news, killed by a husband, killed by a boyfriend, killed by a stranger, killed by an ex, it's a gut-wrenching reminder that you are never safe. Your daughter, your mother, your friend, your sister may never be safe either. It has to stop. And it happens everywhere, in every corner of this country, in every community. Unfortunately, it happened on Christmas Day in Milton Keynes, when two women, Joanna Pearson, 38, and Tiona Grant, 24, were killed. And while the previous government did not do enough, they did not create this crisis alone. So how do we sort it? By understanding it. And it starts in this House by becoming the first white ribbon parliament in the world. And I'm grateful for the support from the Leader of the House, the Speaker, and the three Madam Deputy Speakers in making this the first white ribbon parliament. And we have to understand online radicalization. A generation of young men are being raised in radical anti-women spaces online. This used to be a niche place that you would have to search to find on some kind of Telegraph or 8chan channel. It has now been mainstreamed. Growing up, our children only heard these kinds of jokes from the drunk uncle in the corner that everyone ignored. Now it is there every day and has become popular with young and older men with aspirational lifestyles. I've spoken before about Andrew Tate in this House, but he's just one of an endless supply of misogynists repacking hate for women as standing up for men. These tactics used by these men and this content to radicalize men in this country is the same psychological process used to radicalize Islamic extremists. Yet the law, the press, and the public do not treat it the same. Yet the harm is extreme. One woman killed every week in the UK, and the average age for rape is now 14 years old. And this has been compounded by violent pornography. One young man, talked to by Laura Bates, who is fantastic on this issue, if anyone wants to read more, she asked, "Why didn't you stop crying? Why didn't you stop when she was crying?" And he looked back at her bewildered and said, "It's normal for girls to cry during sex, isn't it?" This is what our young people and older are facing. So in conclusion, we have to strengthen the online safety bill. We have to ensure the criminal law is robust and can keep pace with the emerging issues of technology, especially when we have social media czars pushing their radical free speech agenda policies which make our children less safe. We have to step up to prevent online radicalization of our young men and boys and keep our women and girls safe on and offline. I believe this government's mission to have VOG, and I'm proud of the work we've done so far, and I'm proud of the women leading this effort. No one where a woman can exist, to build the world where women can exist in online spaces without being exposed to sexist put down, and where we don't have to say, "This happened to me." Thank you.
Ben Obsojecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard many moving and personal accounts this afternoon from members addressing the scourge of violence against women and girls. It is crucial that we continue to put heat and light on this horrendous abuse, not just the horrific stories that make the news, but also those hidden harms that we do not hear about. In 2024, domestic abuse-related crimes represented 15.8% of all offences recorded by police, with nearly 3/4 of those victims being female. An incident I wish to highlight involves a young woman who was violently attacked outside a nightclub. The man who was her attacker was also her boyfriend at the time. By his own admission, the young man said he only pushed her and she fell to the ground and was hurt. Court records subsequently revealed that he repeatedly kicked her around 4 times. It was reported in the Daily Mail that the attack was only stopped when 2 doormen dragged the attacker away from the young woman and then called the police. The man was arrested and charged with assault. The Times reported that he initially denied the charge, maintaining his innocence, meaning both his victim and witnesses were forced to relive the attack by giving statements to the police ahead of going to trial. The young woman herself was left with both injuries and lasting mental scars. Speaking to the Daily Mail, the victim's mother described how it had taken 2 security guards to pull him off her. She explained how he left marks on her body from the violence of the assault, going on to describe her attacker as a monster, stating that there is no way he should be an MP in the House of Commons representing people. As of July, her attacker now sits on these green benches as a Member of Parliament. Those constituents were only made aware of this crime when the story was reported in the Daily Mail on the 12th of July. After the story broke, the member referred to it as a teenage indiscretion, even as recently as last weekend during a fractious Sky News interview. Whilst the member maintains that the assault was nothing more than an argument, followed by a push where his former girlfriend fell over and was hurt, the court register extract from Chelmsford Crown Court relating to the conviction explains the reason the judge awarded a custodial sentence, stating that the sentence was not suspended in light of the serious nature of the offence. It stated that the offence requires immediate punishment and that a pre-sentence report indicated a lack of willingness to comply before he eventually submitted a late guilty plea. I find it incredible, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a member of this House has a conviction for a violent assault on a young woman, his own partner, receiving an immediate custodial sentence for it. In a previous interview with Sky News, there was a refusal from the very top of the Reform Party to acknowledge that female constituents who might have suffered domestic abuse or violence might be uncomfortable with having an MP who had been convicted of attacking a woman. The party leader stated in November that the member wasn't vetted at all. But in July, a party spokesman was quoted in the Daily Mail that it knew about the conviction because the member had been entirely honest with us when he applied to become our candidate. On the record, comments from the party leader and the party spokesman appeared to completely contradict one another on what was known. The Reform Party appeared to have knowingly stood a candidate with a conviction for attacking a woman, a party that doesn't believe that violence against women and girls should be taken seriously if the perpetrator is one of their own. We in this House, constituents and the wider public deserve to know precisely what Reform knew about this conviction, what they were told, when they were told it, and what they chose to disclose in subsequent statements to the media. I believe in the rehabilitation of offenders. I believe that the justice system needs to be rehabilitative in order to reduce the rate of recidivism, that those who have served their sentence should be free to move on with their lives. But I also believe that being sentenced for such a heinous crime means that you forfeit some of the privileges those of us who have never attacked a woman are granted. One such privilege is being a Member of Parliament. If the conviction in question was related to a sexual offence, would it have been accepted here so comfortably? Justice should not mean victims are forced to see those convicted of attacking them voted into Parliament as a member of this House because there was no requirement for them to disclose their past. The government has pledged to halve violence against women and girls in a decade, to provide victims with better support. The presence of a Member of Parliament with a conviction for violently assaulting a woman has never been acknowledged in this House, let alone addressed. Any debate in this House on the subject of violence against women and girls should address the convicted criminal already in our midst. As this government shapes its legislative agenda, I would ask the Minister to consider whether it's time to introduce legislation that bars those who have served a custodial sentence for violence against women and girls from standing as a Member of Parliament.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank all of my colleagues for their valuable and powerful accounts, and in particular the member for Milton Keynes Central, who has worked so hard on this issue, and my honourable friend, the member for Rochdale, who has done a great deal to assist in community cohesion. Violence against women and girls is undeniably difficult to speak about, especially as so many of us have suffered and will know friends and family who've been affected. Before I begin, I'd like to express my solidarity for the Minister who's received further vile and misogynistic attacks this week. I hope members of the official opposition are brave enough to do the same and call out these vitriolic attacks for what they are. My honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, has always shone brightly as a beacon for all victims of violent and sexual abuse. As my friend, the honourable member for Luton North, has said, it feels like nothing has changed since the 1980s when I went to university in Leeds in the wake of the Yorkshire Ripper. Women's behaviour still dictated by fear of rape and violent attack. Violence against women and girls is a national emergency, not the inevitability that previous governments have treated it as. We're sick and tired of seeing women and girls facing the same threats of violence and abuse generation after generation. Recent generations have faced a new threat of image-based abuse. With my colleagues on the Women and Equality Select Committee, we investigated image-based abuse and produced a report to recommend the government take action to protect victims. I'm pleased that the government will be introducing 3 new offences to combat image-based abuse. These are steps in the right direction, steps that will protect more women from revenge porn and steps that will hopefully lead more victims to feel confident in reporting perpetrators. We can go through statistic after statistic, but I want to speak about the experience of one of my constituents who was brave enough to share her story with me and asked me to share with this House. Olivia, in her words, was love-bombed before her abuse started. Her abuser emotionally manipulated her and then strangled her and left acid in her car. She did everything that we ask of victims. She called the police, she reported everything at the time and had witnesses who spoke to the police. But she was too scared to tell them about all the abuse that was happening. Then her perpetrator made her believe that he was the victim and convinced her to drop the charges and to continue their relationship. They went away on holiday. There, the abuse continued, and she had to get the police involved abroad. She decided to end the relationship shortly after, but it didn't end there. Her abuser harassed, stalked, and threatened her at her own home and in public. Again, she did everything right. She called the police on every occasion to report it. When he was finally arrested, no further action was taken because there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. When she first reported him, she was told that he would be convicted and charged for non-fatal strangulation. But he still walks the streets, and it's her that must live in fear of what could happen next. We must confront this uncomfortable reality that even when victims of violence report domestic abuse to the police, they don't get the help they need. I asked Olivia if there was anything she would like me to share, and she's asked me to tell the House that when a girl or woman approaches the police, faster action needs to be taken, as the perpetrators can very quickly get back into our heads, and we feel that we're the problem, and women are more likely to drop the case. There should be more support from the police when victims ask for cases to be dropped. We know that domestic abuse is much more than physical abuse. Coercive control leaves victims helpless and unable to escape their abusers. Like Olivia says, it's time we make sure our first responders, police and ambulance crews, know what coercive control looks like. We must make sure teachers teach their students about coercive control, and we must make sure that the cases of coercive control are spotted and taken seriously by the police before it's too late, as was the case with another of my constituents who sadly lost her daughter. The government's new ministerial board on tackling violence against women and girls will bring together ministers from the Home Office, the Ministry of Justice, Health, Education, Transport, DWP, Housing and many more departments to ensure that for the first time we have a truly cross-government approach to violence against women and girls. And I urge them to make sure that tackling coercive control is at the centre of that approach. This cross-government approach and the introduction of domestic abuse specialists into 999 control rooms as part of Raneem's law give me hope that the fight against gendered violence will start to happen. We have a long way to go, but I'm proud to be part of a government that's committed to tackling misogyny and halving violence against women and girls and taking action now to make that a reality in every corner of our society.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate, and I would like to pay tribute to all my right honourable and honourable friends who've spoken before me and made extremely powerful, informed and personal contributions to this very important debate. According to the Office of National Statistics, in the year ending March 2024, there were 851,062 domestic abuse-related crimes reported in England and Wales. The NSPCC reported that police in England and Wales made an average of 669 child protection referrals per day to social services in the last year. And over this week, I was shocked to hear that there may be an average of 500,000 children a year being abused in our country. And we in this place must do everything in our power to protect those that have been victims and those that to protect those that may end up becoming victims through our inaction. I don't want to make this a political issue, party political issue, and I only share the learnings or the potential failings of the last government to inform the debate. But I do acknowledge and pay tribute to the positive steps that the previous government did make in this space. But clearly, the reason we are here today is those steps were not enough. And I'm really grateful to the opposition benches for providing full support to this bill. So root causes, these are not excuses for men or perpetrators to commit crimes, but they may lead to a higher risks or a more difficult experience for those affected. Austerity and devastating cuts to public services, reduced funding for those that support victims of domestic violence and sexual abuse. And these cuts may have led to fewer resources and support options for women in need. Weakening of social welfare programs. Policies aimed at reducing social welfare spending can disproportionately affect women who are more likely to rely on these programs. This leads to an increased economic insecurity and vulnerability to abuse. Insufficient legal protections and funding for the courts. There have been criticisms regarding enforcement of laws relating to domestic violence and sexual abuse, inadequate training for law enforcement and judicial personnel, which can result in poor handling of cases and insufficient protection for victims. A lack of focus on gender equality. Policies that do not actively promote gender equality can perpetuate systemic issues that put women at risk. This includes not addressing their gender pay gaps, the lack of affordable childcare, and insufficient support for women in the workforce. The failure to implement the recommendations of the J Review to support the victims of child sexual abuse and to protect children from the same risks. I had a constituent that came to me in a surgery, and she recounted her experience that the person she was living with had drugged her repeatedly and raped her repeatedly. She had reported this to the police, who promised to take immediate action and arrest the alleged perpetrator. Unfortunately, and I haven't got the details and I won't go into the details here, the perpetrator is currently living not very far from the victim who alleged abuse against him. So I urge the government to take immediate steps to protect those who have been abused or who are making allegations of abuse from further trauma from being close by or having their alleged abuser walking the streets and feeling unsafe every single moment of the day. I welcome and commend the government's commitment to cut violence against all women and girls by 50% over the next 10 years, and I associate myself with the positive policies that have been proposed. But I will urge the government to not leave any stone unturned and to put in place once and for all the maximum practical measures that can reduce the harm to women and girls forever in our society. And I just want to make a quick reference to attention to the plight of the BAME community and the women and children in BAME community. They have similar but also particular issues around language barriers, fear that they will not be believed or understood, fear of discrimination by statutory services such as police and social services based upon, I will give
about the need, sorry, thank you. The honourable member talked about the need for people to be believed. I wondered if he could talk a bit further about that in his summing up.
I absolutely agree. I think every single person who reports a crime, and especially such crimes of being abused violently or sexually, they must be taken seriously from the moment that they are presenting their issue to the relevant authorities or any responsible person. Any person who turns a blind eye to any such reports is directly or indirectly, I believe, complicit. So I think we need to tighten up on the processes. We, of course, want to avoid miscarriages of justice, but it's really important that people are listened to. Fear they will become isolated from family or community if they seek help or leave the relationship, or fear they may lose residency in the UK where immigration status is an issue. It is imperative, therefore, that support services are culturally aware and sensitive to the needs of the BAME women exist to provide them with the specialised...
I now call David Burton Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sorry. Can I just tell members I am having to impose an immediate 4-minute time limit. David Burton Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tackling violence against women and girls is a job for everyone. All of us know that tackling violence involves far more than just the police and the criminal justice system. Preventing abuse in the first place is crucial, and everyone needs to play their part. And I join my honourable friend from Rochdale and others across this House in expressing my disappointment that some seem to pick and choose which type of abuse they wish to champion. Abuse is not a political football reform. All should come together to tackle abuse. Now, across government and with mayors, local councils and police and crime commissioners, we need to support strong preventative action. According to the crime survey for England and Wales to the year ending March 24, 2.2 million women that year had experienced domestic abuse. 1.1 million had suffered sexual assault and 1.5 million had been stalked. And of course, it's not just the physical abuse that women receive, it's the online abuse. As part of my role on the Women and Equalities Committee, I only recently heard evidence alongside my fellow committee members from young women about the abuse they had received through non-consensual intimate images and deep fakes. And I tell you, it was harrowing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the long-term impacts that abuse had had on those young girls' lives. And as we've heard, this government has pledged to halve violence against women and girls in a decade, and I'm pleased to see the action they are already taken. And I must mention the tireless and dedicated work of my honourable friend for Birmingham Yardley, and how she has stood up and fought against violence against women and girls for so many years, supported so many victims, and now is doing great work to influence tackling this issue in her role as Minister for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls. But it's not just about what the government should be doing. Preventing abuse in the first place is crucial, and everyone needs to play their part. Men need to play their part. Men need to do more. The charity White Ribbon wants to prevent men's violence against women and girls by addressing its root cause. They work with men and boys to change long-established and harmful attitudes, systems and behaviours that perpetuate inequality and violence. It's clear that many young men are being warped by toxic influences online. Police chiefs have warned that young men are being radicalised online. The police have demanded technology companies act more quickly and take down extreme material. Schools have a role to play in working on effective relationships and sex education that is high quality and inclusive, and that empowers young people to understand that true relationship that boys should have with girls. Respect, respect, and respect. And this really matters. Men need to be champions for this cause and for women's safety.
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
Could I thank the honourable member, my friend and colleague on the Women and Equality Select Committee, for everything that he is doing to set an example to young men? Would he agree with me that we should call upon all of our male colleagues to do the same in their constituencies?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I absolutely agree. I do call upon all men to do everything they can to champion this cause. Men need to be positive champions because there's simply so much we can all do. We need to be allies, calling out poor language or behaviour within our own friendship groups when we witness it. We need to be conscious of our behaviour around women, such as keeping a distance if we're walking near a woman who is alone at night. And if we see a woman being harassed on public transport, for example, then we could be an active bystander, engage the victim while ignoring the aggravator with a benign question such as asking the time or asking them if they would like a seat. This is non-confrontational intervention and can help diffuse the situation. And there's so much more that we as men can do. We can all help. We need to educate. We need to act. We need to do more to support, and we need to drive down this behaviour once and for all. Thank you.
Cameron Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a real privilege to be here in this chamber and to experience so many astonishing speeches, and I should direct attention specifically to the member for Lagan Valley, which was one for the ages. I'd like to preface my entry with an acknowledgement that there are 263 women members of this Parliament whom are often best equipped to speak on matters which impact women and girls. However, in the case of violence against women and girls, it is important that men speak. We should not shy away from the fact that this violence is often inflicted by men from across society and of all walks of life. The recent convictions of the men who raped Giselle Pellico brought to light some information which shook my faith even in myself. Amongst them, a journalist, a counsellor, a soldier, lorry drivers, farm workers, even, pause for a moment to consider this, a nurse. One of the most shattering examples of violence against women and girls was the tragic case of Sarah Sharif. Rarely am I moved to such anger as I am when I revisit this case. The man who tortured and murdered 10-year-old Sarah was the one person whose primary responsibility as a human being was to protect his daughter. I echo the statement by the member for Warrington North, who referred to the labelling of such men as monsters. To label him and the perpetrators of similarly disgusting crimes as monsters is to obscure an uncomfortable truth, that they are often fathers and brothers. They are often our work colleagues, and I note the absence today of the member for South Basildon and East Thurrock and his enablers. Men across the country are outraged by violence against against women and girls. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, how many of us are ready to look in the mirror? Men taking a stand against demeaning language, inappropriate behaviours and toxic mentalities will prove central to winning the minds of men and boys, but we must also recognise it in ourselves. As with any other form of intolerance, I'll draw attention, in fact, to the member for Luton North, who linked the broader intolerance to this issue. As with any other form of intolerance, it's the othering of them and the validation of us which drives resentment. The attention of men and boys is... I'd be delighted to, thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. And may I associate myself with comments made by the member for Pontypridd and Luton North and others around the comments made to the member for Birmingham Yardley, and I am appalled by those comments made online and by well-known members of the public. Will my honourable friend join me in wholeheartedly condemning public sexual harassment including so-called catcalling, which is designed to harass, intimidate, and humiliate women and girls. Madam Deputy Speaker, shamefully, 68% of adult women have experienced sexual harassment by the age of 15. And will my honourable friend join me in asking the government to pass the statutory instrument required to enforce legislation passed last year on this?
Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for your intervention and for his intervention, and I absolutely stand by his comments. May I also congratulate him on the recent birth of his daughter. I'm delighted for him that he will learn now, as I know, that there is nobody more blessed than the fathers of daughters.
Yeah.
I have, however, lost track. The attention of men and boys is often won through divisive and even violent rhetoric and behaviours. It appeals to men's frustrations. It frames women as opponents, some adversary to be controlled or defeated, or an object to acquire, possess, and impose our will upon. For some of us, this rhetoric is first experienced in our own home, growing up. If not, then the playground. It's not long before toxic role models are in our social media feeds. Algorithms repeat and reinforce toxic messages. We can decide in this House to challenge toxic influence, predominantly through our schools. Boys and girls should be taught, together, to respect and appreciate each other for their differences, as well as for what they have in common. We should also mandate social media companies to publish the actions they take to address and control online abuse. Let me be explicit. Those who do not measure up have no such place of influence in our society. I would like to end with an acknowledgement that by withdrawing our armed forces from Afghanistan and leaving millions of women to the will of the Taliban is a self-made humanitarian tragedy. Together with our allies, for 20 years, we brought Afghan women freedom and hope for the future. With the US planned withdrawal and our corresponding actions, we condemned and in so many cases returned them to a pitiful and hellish existence. Thank you.
Tina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am honoured to participate in this debate and follow such esteemed colleagues from all sides of the House. Violence takes many forms, not just physical or sexual, but emotional, financial, and coercive control. Those acts which do not leave physical bruises have just as bruising an effect. The effect of cutting the woman who is on the receiving end of this off from their families, from the friends that support them and not necessarily their abuser. Cutting women off from the people who will provide the support, who will provide the help, and from those who will utter those immortal words. You know, you're living in an abusive relationship. And thank you very much to the Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorlands, because do not underestimate the power of those words or the power of those friends, because it was one person uttered that to me that got me to get out. And I didn't believe it. I didn't recognise it. I sat down and poo-pooed it in that meeting. But I sat back and I thought, and I reflected. Every single one of us in this House will be coming into the debate thinking of women that we know, women who we've met in our lives before we came to this place, those that I represented in the trade union, those who I physically sat in the car and did the midnight flip with. They got out, that I phoned managers and said we need to get her moved. The people whose stories that I do not have the privilege to tell, who have not given me their permission to tell. But one woman who did is one of my constituents today, who got out of the relationship, who moved 400 miles to be beside her family, who is now sitting in temporary accommodation on universal credit, working part-time, because she cannot get a tenancy in a private flat, because she doesn't have the good financial standing to get a reference. that she can't get a council house because we have a housing emergency and she has no children. She does not want to sit and wait for 10 years to try and without work. I know fine well that my honourable friends, the member for Pontypridd and the member for Birmingham Yardley, know this inside out. I know that they will be able to make the case across government that actually as a joined up government we need those housing. We need to solve that housing emergency. We need that reform of universal credit, because only when we get this joined up government moving correctly and working correctly that I'm about to go. I'll just continue if it's okay. I don't need time, but I'm good. Thank you. Because actually everything that's written on here is gone. The power, one thing that struck me is the power of words in this chamber. The power of words in this chamber means that people out there listen. And as you said, this is working. We're working for the good today. We need to make sure that everybody out there hears us working for the good. We believe everyone that comes forward, and we want to thank everybody who shared their stories this week. Thank you all.
Josh Babberinde.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to start by saying that far from letting anybody down, the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley has lifted survivors up with the contribution that she made today. And one of them, who's been watching from home, is my mum, whose abuse at home at the hands of a former partner of hers, as I was growing up, I witnessed, observed, notwithstanding some of the things that happened to me. And so it's the statistic, the reality, that 2 women a week are killed by their partner or their former partner that particularly terrifies me and always has. And that has got to change. And that's why I really do sincerely thank the government for its commitment to halving violence against women and girls over the coming decade. And in particular, why I thank the Minister for Safeguarding for the work that she's done on this issue throughout her career. And the vast majority of us know in this House that no tech billionaire, no pound shop Enoch Powell, and no keyboard warrior can take that record away from her. And the silence from the reform bench behind me is utterly deafening today. They might tweet about this issue while we are debating, but they are not participating, and shame on them for that. Now, domestic abuse is, of course, a foul manifestation of violence against women and girls, and the government has recognised this, for example, by announcing as part of its SDS 40 early release scheme an intention for domestic abusers to be excluded from early release. But as the government has said, you can only exclude someone from early release on the basis of the offence that they have committed, not on the basis of other antecedents. But a challenge is that it's not possible to comprehensively exclude domestic abusers. Why? Because there is no dedicated offence of domestic abuse in the law. Instead, many abusers are convicted of things like ABH, assault, GBH that are governed by a piece of legislation from 1861, which was not written with domestic abuse in mind. And those folks who are convicted of those offences, domestic abusers, are being let out early or are qualifying for early release. We've seen some of those cases, and that loophole needs to be closed. So as a result, I've convened survivors, academics, and support organisations to come up with a solution which exists in the form of a bill that I've put forward, the Domestic Abuse Aggravated Offences Bill, which would create a specific offence of domestic abuse in the law for the first time. It would work in a similar way to racially and religiously aggravated offences by creating domestic abuse aggravated GBH, ABH, whatever it might be. And beyond giving the means for government to exclude domestic abusers from an early release scheme, it would tighten up some of the data that's very difficult for academics and others to analyse when they're looking at how effective interventions are when it comes. Of course.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Would he agree with me that actually it's that collection of data that is so important in terms of really getting to grips with this issue?
I could not agree more, and I thank the honourable member for her contribution. If we don't have the data around domestic abuse offences in the way that we want it, how can we possibly measure whether we're halving violence against women and girls over the decade? How can we measure if our interventions designed to reduce reoffending among that cohort are actually working? As well, the introduction of such an offence could help employers when it comes to risk management, looking and seeing what comes up on a DBS certificate and being able to press ahead accordingly. And so I'm very proud that Women's Aid and Refuge are backing this bill. They want to see it a reality. I thank them for their support. I thank many of those in the media gallery for their support. I thank members of this House for their support via my EDM 523, but also privately in some of the discussions, especially with folks on the other side of the House that I've had on this issue. And I thank ministers for the constructive meetings I've had with them so far and for the commitments that many have given to continue discussing this bill with a view to, I hope, making it a reality. But lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank victims and survivors of domestic abuse, especially those I've had the honour of working with on this bill, for their courage, for their resilience, for their hope, and for their determination to ensure that others do not suffer as they do.
And before I call the next speaker, can I ask members to just reflect whether they take interventions, given that interventions cost time and we will be squeezing out some members of Parliament who want to speak, who may have personal testimony. Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank all those that contributed in this really powerful debate. Violence against women and girls is a grave issue and a matter that urgently demands our attention and action. It's a distressing reality that countless women and girls across the UK continue to live in fear and face unacceptable levels of violence. However, the rise in the digital era has led a new arena for abuse, with the rise of online emotional abuse, emotional blackmail, harassment, pressure and cohesion to send sexual images, sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, and technologies like deepfakes presenting us urgent challenges for the future. Perpetrators exploiting digital technology where they can escalate abuse online to the real world. And most worryingly, abuse is now faceless. And I want to highlight the online abuse in this debate. Deepfakes, synthetic media, where a person's likeliness is manipulated to create false and often explicit content that are disproportionately affecting women and girls and which is weaponized. A 2023 report found that 98% of deepfake videos are pornographic, with 99% of victims being women. The recent Ofcom report sheds further light on this scale of this problem. Alarmingly, 1 in 7 adults report having seen sexual deepfake. Even more troubling is 17% thought that deepfake depicted someone under the age of 18. Those figures expose the harrowing reach of technology and its potential harm to women, girls, and young children. The report also highlights a critical gap in awareness. 9% of adults say they are confident, actually not confident, to actually find deepfake. And I welcome the government's recent announcement to criminalise the creation of explicit deepfakes without consent. However, legislation is not enough. Ofcom's report underscores the need for a coordinated response involving government, tech companies, civil society to tackle this issue. Developing tools to detect and remove harmful content is absolutely vital, and it's ensuring the law is enforced and agencies act swiftly to get these images removed. Education is equally important. Many victims are unaware of the risks, and public awareness campaigns can play a vital role in empowering individuals
to recognise and report harmful content. But education is not just for those and those victims, but it's for young people, young men, and men in society. Additionally, we must work with educators to ensure that we have the digital literacy to be able to navigate this changing landscape safely. Whilst technology brings tremendous benefit to our lives, its misuse should not disproportionately affect women and girls. Legislations like government's recent announcement are vital steps to move forward, but they are accompanied by systematic change, cultural awareness to ensure that all individuals, women and girls, can live free from fear and abuse, both online and offline.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I begin again with the opportunity to congratulate the member for Birmingham Yardley on all of the work that she's done over the years, standing up for women and girls and fighting violence against them. Violence against women and girls by men is a societal epidemic, and it is right that we in this place and the government treat it as such. We on these benches welcome the government's pledge to halve violence against women and girls over this Parliament, and we're keen to see action taken as soon as possible to reform aspects of the law in this area to accelerate what should be a national mission of stamping out this kind of awful violence. I particularly welcome the rollout of the Domestic Abuse Protection Notice and Orders pilot scheme in Sutton Borough, which covers my constituency of Sutton and Cheam. These orders will allow the police to take stronger and more immediate action in domestic abuse cases, and this is a significant step forward, providing greater protection for victims and helping ensure that abusers face the consequences of their actions without delay. Indeed, in my borough of Sutton last month, we were tragically reminded of how urgent these protections are. The brutal murder of Gemma Devenish was a devastating blow to our community. Her death underscores the dire consequences of not providing all women with the critical support they need. It is a dark reminder that these protections are not just necessary, but a matter of life and death. As with any kind of epidemic, we must recognise the warning signs, early indicators and normalise precursors that lead to this kind of awful violence. Stalking isn't just a crime against someone's safety. It's a violent psychological attack on their very sense of self. It chips away at their emotional well-being, their sense of security, their right to simply exist without fear. For far too many women and girls, this crime is a daily reality. Yet despite previous legislative reforms, the system still isn't protecting victims of this crime properly. Data shared with me via an FOI shows that in London, more than 1 in 3 stalking cases ends with the victim withdrawing from the process. 1 in 3, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is a shockingly high number, and it should concern us all. In some cases, this is because they disagree with the proposed action, but many victims have told me that it is also because they feel they aren't able to provide enough evidence to pursue a proper conviction, with the burden of proof set unfathomably high to achieve a Section 4A conviction. And when a law is providing so onerous a burden to victims who are so clearly suffering torment, it is our job in this House to hone in on it as a flawed piece of legislation. The current law is inconsistent and confusing, and as a result, it is failing victims. The current division of stalking offences into sections 2A and 4A just isn't working. This confusion allows perpetrators to buy time and continue tormenting their victims with little consequence. So I fear that victims, overwhelmingly women and girls, are essentially being told they need to be the perfect victim to get the police to ensure a conviction. They have to repeatedly expose their pain and humiliation to the system just to secure fundamental protection from the police. I'd like to draw the attention of the House to a report published in September by the Chief Inspector of Constabulary, the Independent Office for Police Conduct and the College of Policing. This report, driven by a super complaint from the Susie Lamplugh Trust, has forced us to face the uncomfortable truth that many of us already knew: the system is failing women and girls. The report explores creating a single clear offence for stalking rather than splitting it between 2A and 4A. The London Victims Commissioner has echoed those calls, and today I strongly encourage the government to do the same. The Minister for Safeguarding has promised a review of current stalking legislation, so I ask the Minister again, what is the timeline for this review? And more importantly, when will we see real changes to the law that actually protects victims and holds stalkers to account?
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by welcoming the debate in this House today, and I want to pay tribute to those personal testimonies that we've heard. The points raised by the member from Lagan Valley and the member for Huntingdon relate very much to what I want to say today. This place has gained a terrible reputation over time, not just in recent years, for predatory behaviour by those who have manipulated and used the exalted power of our elected positions to groom, to inappropriately touch, to sexually assault and rape many women and young men who have worked here. We are all aware of the scandals, and some of us will be conscious of the cover-ups. I very much liken it to the influence that Jimmy Savile was able to wield when he got the keys to Broadmoor. It's that dangerous. And whilst there are now better reporting systems in place, there is always more that can be done to clean this place up. Every one of us should have been required to have a disclosure and barring service check at the point of entering this house, and whether it's here or in the other place. This will give much more openness and greater transparency, especially because our titles and positions opens the doors to public institutions, our hospitals, care homes, schools, children's clubs and groups. This trust must start before we make that phone call asking for a visit or a meeting. For example, the other place runs an education scheme called Learning with the Lords, where they visit schools regularly and no checks or even a consideration on child protection or safety can take place. This is also why I very much welcome the significant recommendation of the ICSA report that will require improved compliance with statutory duties to inform the disclosure and barring service about individuals who may pose a risk of harm to children. While this will be a significant step forward, I want to raise our standard and begin this process immediately. As a prospective parliamentary candidate presenting myself as a suitable person for election, there is no requirement for me to provide a DBS check or even a criminal record check. This simply isn't good enough. By making the DBS check a necessary hurdle for entering Parliament, it will work to clean up politics. I believe that this will lead to parties making a better and more thorough choice on who their candidates are. And I'm here with a mission to clean up our politics and bring the DBS check here, because it will make a safer place for us all to be in.
Yeah. Shock out, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for her statement and for bringing this debate into the Chamber. And has already been mentioned, there's been some very powerful presentations today, none more so than my honourable friend and honourable member from Lagan Valley. I'd also like to echo the sentiments made by the honourable member from Luton South, who mentioned that those that have a history of amplifying the voices of recorded misogynists are not really welcome here to tell us how we should be running our country. Yeah. Secondly, and possibly more depressingly, was the statistic brought about by the honourable member from Reigate, who mentioned that children watch pornography, 1 in 10 by the age of 9. And this has led to a horrendous rise on child-on-child pornography, child-on-child sexual abuse. Approximately, according to the police, 52% of recorded sexual crime is child-on-child. The youngest being only 4 years old, who uploaded an indecent image and shared it. Much more needs to be done on this matter with our children. I'd also like to thank the Minister for mentioning male victims of sexual violence. And on that, I'd like to thank a charity in my constituency of First Step that does some incredible work on this. I think it's really important that we focus on the needs of victims and survivors. That is why I'd like to highlight some of the work that has been done in my constituency, because victims of rape have already had to endure such horrendous torture that sometimes they are left behind and are victims once again because they get no support whatsoever. That is why for the past 35 years, Shama Women's Centre in my constituency, amongst doing other incredible work, really provides sanctuary for the victims of domestic abuse, helping them back on their feet, giving them training, job skills, advice, financial help, somewhere to stay while they are hiding from the perpetrators. This really helps women as they strive for independence in their battle for a better life and getting away from the horrendous abuse that they have experienced. We must do more to protect our charity sector, because they are really the last line that these women sometimes have to go to because they've been neglected by everybody else, and financial support is really needed.
Will he give way?
Absolutely.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Yesterday, I met with victim support on the subject of charities that are supporting victims and survivors, who shared that at a time when demand for their services is surging, they're facing a 7% real terms cut in funding because of the NIC increase and also because of cuts to PCC budgets. Does he agree that we should be doing more support?
Interventions, if I'm going to get every member in, and I would very much like to do that, interventions must be short. Shortcut Adam.
And I agree on that, and that is why I've raised it on a couple of occasions that the National Insurance, in fact, Jasmine House, which supports women of rape who already have a 2-year waiting list, who are looking to add an extra member of staff, are now going to reduce their staff members because they just can't afford it because of the rise of national insurance. With 8,000 cases of domestic violence being reported to the police in Leicester alone, it is clear we need to ensure the charity sector receives increased long-term funding. The police receive the best possible training and how to help the victims and investigate the cases. And from our side, we have cross-party support to help the government however we can to make sure we can help in this matter. Thank you.
We're into Jas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to commend all the speeches made this afternoon, and particularly those made by the honourable members from Lagan Valley, Luton North, Milton Keynes and Rochdale. And I do have to confess that I felt quite shocked by some of these statistics and stories that I heard, even though this is something that I've been involved in as a trade unionist for quite some time. I also find myself warning my daughter to be careful when she goes out in the way that I wouldn't with my son, even though they are of a similar age, and that is really unacceptable in this day and age. Data published by the National Police Chiefs Council in July 2024 found that over 1 million crimes of violence against women and girls were recorded by the police in 2022 to 2023, which equates to nearly 3,000 offences every single day, and that violent crime against women and girls has increased by 37% during the 5-year period between 2018 and 2023. The ONS has used data from the Crime Survey for England and Wales and found that domestic abuse-related crimes represented 15.8% of all offences recorded by the police last year. Domestic violence is something that affects all cultures and societies, which is something that the Right Honourable Member opposite also acknowledged. In my constituency of Wolverhampton West, we have the headquarters of The Haven, Wolverhampton, which is a charitable organisation providing practical and emotional support services to women and children who have suffered domestic violence, abuse and homelessness. The Haven has been established for more than 50 years and is one of the largest refuge providers in the UK, but like other charities, it requires financial support to assist these women and children, and we need to ensure as a society that we maintain and increase upon such provision throughout the country and ensure that these organisations get the financial support that they need. We also need to safeguard victims of domestic violence in other ways. Currently, a survivor of domestic violence might be eligible for debt solution to clear the debts accumulated during their abusive relationship, but once a debt solution is approved, their home address is published online on the individual insolvency register, which anyone can see. This is obviously very terrifying for those who have been victims of domestic abuse because it makes them vulnerable to further harm from their ex-partners who can find their address online. There is an option to have their details hidden by obtaining what is known as a person at risk of violence PAV order, but this requires them to pay £308 and attend court, which can be very difficult for a traumatized survivor who is already in debt. And so I think we should be looking at abolishing the fee for the PAV order. I'm very proud that this Labour government has already taken steps to halve violence against women and girls within the decade by, for example, introducing Reneen's Law, which from this year will see domestic abuse specialists placed in 999 control rooms, and by also launching the pilot for the domestic abuse protection orders, as well as rolling out the independent legal advocates for rape victims. But I'm sure, having heard everyone this afternoon, that this House will agree that we all need to ensure that we strive to do even more.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm humbled to take part in this debate. I don't have my own personal testimony to offer, but this issue about violence against women and girls is something that's been become very evident to me in my years as an MP through constituency surgeries. And I've learnt, firstly, how hard it is for women to get away once an abuser has got them in their sights, how very, very difficult it is for them to escape. And the second thing I've learned, and this has been highlighted not least by the member who just spoke, is how abuse can be perpetrated by some of the institutions in this country, HMRC, the financial system, the family courts. And those are the things that I have learned. But since my eyes have been open to the extent of domestic abuse in my constituency, I have really come to admire the member for Birmingham Yardley for all the work that she's done on this issue, both before she came to this place as a backbencher and now as a minister. And I wanted to urge her not to be deterred from the incredible work that she's been doing by the awful experience she's had this week. But I saw her compassionate and typically forthright response to the member for Lagan Valley after her extraordinary speech. And all I can say is I've been very reassured on that point. And I just want to pledge my solidarity to her for all that she's been doing. I wanted to raise two particular issues that have come through in my casework. And very, very recently, constituents of mine who've been victims of violence. And they've told me stories of where evidence of criminal activity has been removed from a crime scene, a violent crime scene, without forensic evidence being taken. And I've challenged the Met Police about this. And apparently it's no longer commonplace for forensic exams to be conducted due to budget cuts. And consequently, potential key evidence which could have contributed to the safety of my constituents has been lost. And I've heard further examples of safety equipment, including panic alarms, being removed from vulnerable victims' houses who remain under the threat of being attacked. And I'm talking about very credible threats to life. And I was again informed that this was due to budgeting reasons. I've written to the Minister about this particular case, and I really hope that she will make time for a meeting with me to discuss this particular case. But it is unacceptable that budget cuts are putting protection and safety of domestic abuse victims at risk. And I really hope that this is something that the Minister will be able to take up with colleagues, because it is so vital that victims under threat have sufficient safeguards in place to ensure their protection from past abusers. And the cases that are being brought to my office have shown the immediate impact that Home Office cuts to policing are having on the safety and well-being of vulnerable victims. Now, in many cases involving crimes such as rape and murder, victims and bereaved families do not attend trial to avoid further trauma. And the Minister will know, because we have discussed it directly before, a constituent of mine who was drugged and raped by her then boyfriend in February 2020 was quoted nearly £7,000 to access the transcript of the trial in which he was convicted with an 18-year sentence. And without a transcript, many victims struggle to find out about the proceedings or why a certain verdict is reached. And of course, this is even more important in those cases where a not guilty verdict is returned. It is common for victims of violent crime to be advised by mental health professionals that a transcript of proceedings would aid their healing and help them process their experiences. In the last Parliament, I introduced an amendment to the Victims and Prisoners Bill, which, had it passed, would have made provision for victims of crime to be able to access a transcript of their trial free of charge. And currently, victims can apply to the Crown Court for a free transcript, but in many cases, like in the case of my constituents, this request is rejected. And so I would urge the Minister to take any steps available to her and to speak to colleagues about what more can be done to increase the availability of court transcripts to aid the recovery of victims. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Violence against women and girls is one of the most prevalent and pervasive human rights violations in the world. And as an ongoing survivor of domestic abuse and as chair of the APPG on domestic abuse and violence, I know it can affect women at all stages and in all aspects of their life. As survivors, we are complex and multifaceted beings, and we are being let down. So I continue to advocate for the need for a multifaceted approach, a comprehensive and cross-departmental strategy beyond criminal justice to social security, to housing, to employment, to health, and so on, to address perpetrators and empower survivors. A whole system approach is vital. And in the time that I have today, I'll be focusing my remarks on the rights of survivors in the workplace. During the second reading of the Employment Rights Bill, I raised that domestic abuse could have an impact on an individual's working life, i.e. unexplained absences, lateness, and negatively impacting performance. For around 1 in 10 survivors, the abuse continues in the workplace, often as their partner is turning up at their workplace or stalking them outside their workplace, something I know firsthand. The statutory guidance on the Domestic Abuse Act 2021 reminds us how pivotal the role of an employer can be. Madam Deputy Speaker, soon after the general election concluded, the APPG on domestic abuse and violence met and discussed how parliamentarians can advocate for the rights of survivors in the workplace. And there are calls from organisations, campaigners, and indeed members across this House in this regard on matters I will raise now. Firstly, the call for the right of victims of domestic abuse to be able to take leave of absence from work and for regulations to be introduced to give effect to this right, including a minimum of 10 days of paid leave. Survivors may need to take time off work. They may not be able to return to work immediately after escaping a perpetrator, for example, or they may need time to seek emergency health or housing needs, attend court, and so much more. I would like to draw the House's attention to the fact that 10 days of paid leave for domestic abuse survivors is a provision available in Northern Ireland, and that paid leave measures have also been implemented in other parts of the world, such as New Zealand, the Philippines, and in some states in the USA. I do acknowledge that a handful of organisations in the UK do provide paid leave for domestic abuse survivors, but many of us believe that this should be accessible to all survivors, no matter who it is they work for. Many of us would also like to see protections for workers from adverse treatment if they are or are suspected to be a person affected by domestic abuse. This surely must include protections from being dismissed to ensure a survivor's long-term earning potential is not negatively impacted, as well as ensuring financial independence and indeed freedom from economic abuse in many cases. And the final point I would like to make on employment rights of domestic abuse survivors, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the work of organisations and campaigns such as those led by the Employers' Initiative on Domestic Abuse, as well as trade unions who have sought to ensure that employers take all reasonable steps to prevent workers from experiencing domestic abuse. This could be done by implementing domestic abuse policies in every workplace or ensuring risk assessments are done for every worker who discloses domestic abuse. Surely this would be a progressive next step forward in the struggle to eradicate violence against women and girls from all parts of our society. The history of challenging violence against women and girls has always had pioneering activism, fighting for social change at its heart. Because of them and so many survivors around the world, I will never ever allow my voice to be silenced. And I think the next step is to look at how we can support survivors in the workplace and to make sure that nobody has to experience abuse in the workplace. Thank you.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to make a brief contribution to this incredibly powerful debate to draw attention to one specific and extreme form of violence against women and girls that's taking place right now across the whole of the United Kingdom, which is trafficking and modern slavery. Women and girls are trafficked into the UK and they are trafficked around the UK. They are trafficked for sex and for other forms of exploitation, like labour exploitation and domestic servitude. These are among the most vulnerable people in our society. Before being elected, I worked for 3 years on anti-trafficking in Scotland. The stories from my time there will haunt me. Women trafficked and forced into prostitution, forced by their captors to have sex with multiple men a day, with the money going to their captors, forced to participate in pornography, women with no social networks, no knowledge they were even in Scotland. We say listen to women. These women did not have the English language skills to say no. There are pimping websites where men would leave reviews of the women they had paid to have sex with. I will not quote them, but they are spine-chilling. It was perfectly clear they knew these women were trafficked, coerced, and unhappy. From some comments, that was the point. They knew some were girls and not women. We must do more to tackle this extreme violence against women and girls. I want to make 4 brief points. First, can I do something unusual and praise the previous government? The Modern Slavery Act set up the structures that were important and effective. The Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorlands is instrumental for that and is in her place. But it has fallen into severe abeyance. The focus on supposed abuse of the modern slavery system has all but wrecked the good system we have. Extremely long waits for the national referral mechanism have made it essentially dysfunctional, and we no longer give women who seek help the assurance that they will not be deported or prosecuted. This is important. No woman is complicit in her own abuse. Yeah. Secondly, we must support frontline organisations. The organisations that support vulnerable women operate on a shoestring budget, like TARA in Scotland. We have to stop making these organisations apply for funding every year. And on that note, when I was working in Scotland from across the sector, even people who were quite suspicious of the Labour Party always spoke extremely highly of the Minister for Safeguarding and her role. Yeah. Third, we must prevent re-trafficking. I consider it the biggest failure of the British state that women who can escape their traffickers, who come to the state for help, later find themselves back in the hands of their traffickers. Small, basic intervention, joined up thinking would prevent that. But too often we say, well, you're rescued now, off you go and make yourself a life. And these vulnerable women fall back into the claws of their traffickers. It should shame us all. In closing, I was a bit nervous about participating in this debate today because I'm conscious that the fight to stop violence against women must be led by women, and we don't need men pontificating about what they think should happen. But I do think there is a role for men here, not just because men are also being championed in the UK, but because concepts of masculinity are changing for my generation and for men younger than me. It will have a profound... yes, I'll give you.
Earlier on, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier on in my contribution, I referred to man culture. So if I can be of any assistance at all in his quest to find some examples, and the other organisation I'd be delighted to recommend to him is Beyond Equality. So if there's anything I can do in that, I'd be very happy to do that for you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, and I very much welcome it because it will be for both genders to step up, because we can see concepts of masculinity transforming before our eyes, exacerbated by the internet, but also by political interventions. And it is incumbent upon us, for the younger generation of men, that we stand up and face that head on. Madam Deputy Speaker, trafficking is one of the most extreme kinds of violence against women. It is happening all over the UK right now. We can do more to stop it, and we must. Thank you.
With now a 3-minute time limit, Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I will say that in my very short time in this place, I'm always conscious of the history of this chamber and the speeches that may have been made beforehand in the years and decades. But in this debate, it's the first time I've spoken where I've been aware that whatever I say will be dwarfed by what's been said in the speeches previously by every member that's spoken. And the honourable member for Staffordshire Moorlands is absolutely right in that this is the House, its absolute best. Yeah. It's a privilege for me to be speaking. I want to speak a little bit about some campaigners in my constituency. First and foremost, the family of Holly Newton and Joanne Tulip, and Joanne's mother, Doreen Soulsby, who has been a diligent and doughty campaigner for over a quarter of a century. And also to pay work to Northumberland Domestic Abuse Service, who I was extremely honoured in my first month after being elected to be asked to become one of their patrons, and to celebrate the work that Sharon Brown and her incredible team do in providing support to some of the most vulnerable people in England's most sparsely populated county. And if there is one thing that I would like to do as a result of this debate, it's to invite the two ministers there, if they would ever like to come up to Hexham to visit and see the work being done by NDAS. I would be absolutely honoured to welcome them. And to celebrate the work that Sharon's been doing. I know since April 2024 alone, they've already been into 23 schools across Northumberland and worked with almost 2,000 children on the perils of domestic abuse. ultimately, as my honourable friend for Edinburgh North was just saying, it can be extremely, it can be tough to figure out where your place is in this debate as a man. This debate needs to be led by women. But if we do not stand up and speak, we are complicit in contributing to that culture of silence. I've only got a minute left, so I won't detain the House's attention for far too long. I'm aware that in this debate and in so many others, we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I was very pleased during this debate to be sent an email by my office manager from a constituent of mine to the member for Birmingham Yardley to say just how supportive she is and how supportive many constituents across all of our constituencies are of her tireless dedication to women across the country and to safeguarding them. So thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Other members have made the comment about what an honour it is to speak in this debate with such expertise from so many, but I've also been really struck by not just the passion, but the compassion amongst members of all sides of this chamber, so I'm pleased to rise and speak. Others have mentioned the great work this Labour government is already doing to reduce and halve violence against women and girls, so I won't recount that given the time limitations. I acknowledge 1 in 4 women in the UK will experience domestic abuse in their lifetime. In Merseyside, last year, nearly 20% of all crimes were related to domestic abuse. I don't think we can underestimate the impact of us getting this right. Economic abuse involves an abuser restricting a victim survivor's ability to acquire, use, and maintain money. It's an insidious form of abuse that means survivors, overwhelmingly women, remain with abusers because they don't have the money or resources to flee. The charity Surviving Economic Abuse, which I've mentioned in this House before, has found that almost 1 million women were prevented from leaving because of this. 1 million. And even if a victim survivor does manage to leave, economic abuse often continues. Wrecked credit scores preventing them from accessing the most basic items like a mobile phone, or joint mortgages tying a survivor to their abuser so they continue malicious control. Perpetrators sometimes cruelly withholding maintenance payments for children or deliberately making unreliable payments, leaving those survivors unable to afford their children's basic needs. The government is serious, I know, about changing the story, about ensuring that levels of violence against women and girls are full. And to do this, they must put economic abuse at the heart of their work. It is the key to breaking the cycle and helping survivors to rebuild their lives. I've heard so many harrowing stories during my campaigning on this issue of inspiring women facing the most sickening of abuse. And I was one instance, I can't tell the House the whole story, but I pay tribute enormously to the survivor that's come forward with her story, with Citizens Advice Wirral for helping these people rebuild their lives, because as has been mentioned by other members in the House, there is support available and there are so many people doing excellent work. I think the stories we've heard show just how important it is that we work in partnership in our communities and in this place to deliver for survivors. So in my final moments, please may I pay tribute to the survivors. Their work, their bravery has pushed governments of all colours and financial institutions to improve the lives of survivors. I pay tribute to them. They inspire me, and I'll continue to work in this place to eradicate economic abuse. Thank you.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her statement here today, and equally, as many members across this House have done today, thank the member for Birmingham Yardley for a continuing champion of this hugely important issue. I also want to take a moment to pay tribute to the member for Lagan Valley and the member for Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch for their incredible strength in telling us their personal stories. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm genuinely ashamed to live in a society where it is seen as acceptable by some people that can go up to a woman and tell them that they want to rape them. I find that disgusting. And the sad reality of it is, for a lot of us, we're not surprised by that. I know of experiences of women that I know who have experienced online abuse where they've had exactly that sort of language used toward them. It is not acceptable. It is disgusting. And I'm ashamed that we live in a society where that happens. I want to take a moment, I've only got a moment, to thank two local champions in Harlow, my constituency, who've done so much to raise this important issue time and time again. Councillors Laney Shears and Councillor Kay Morrison. Every year on White Ribbon Day, Kay organises a vigil in Harlow Town Centre, where she and other community champions read out every single name of a woman or a girl who has been killed by a man in the previous 12 months. That takes 20 minutes. Every single name of every single woman and girl has been killed by a man in 12 months. They also raised a motion last year in Harlow Council, calling on all councillors and council leaders and civic leaders to lead by example in their strategic leadership, in changing cultures, in raising awareness and engaging with men and boys. Because as the Minister said at the start of this debate, everybody needs to play their part to get this right. I really would recommend everybody does the White Ribbon training, which gives practical advice of how we can support women. But it's about more than that. Because this issue doesn't start with attacks on women or rape or murder. It starts with the comments in the workplace, the misogyny, the banter. That is what needs to change. We have to change culture. We have to educate men and boys. We have to say enough is enough.
Leader of the House, Shadow Minister Moons Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with leave of the House, I am very grateful to respond to the debate on behalf of His Majesty's official opposition. And the spirit of today's debate has been strident, not always wholly in agreement, but where we have disagreed, we've disagreed with respect and kindness, which is exactly how I approach this issue. And I know the honourable ladies opposite on the front bench do exactly the same. And as you move from campaigners to ministers, that is not easy. And we all, as MPs, are campaigners, and that unites us all for our own constituencies. I am very grateful for the range of contributions made by all members in the House today, and I think it was right that we did not shy away from what needs saying. Just take a moment to cover a few matters that have come up. And I just must reiterate, after 14 years in government, there was a huge amount of work done on this. Yeah. And none of it is easy and none of it is done on its own. My right honourable friend, the member for Louth and Horncastle, in her role as Minister for Women and in the Home Office, the former Safeguarding Minister, Laura Farris, my right honourable friend, the member from Witham, in all of her time in government, my right honourable friend from Staffordshire, Moorlands. As I said earlier, this is about building on the foundations of many women and partnership work across constituencies and sectors. The work of Maggie Blythe stepping up in the wake of the Sarah Everard brutal murder as the National Police lead, following on the work from the Casey Review, listening to women's testimony and working to it. To Festus, his time as Bedfordshire Police and Crime Commissioner, I remember joining with him, learning how technology from mobile phones from the Home Office can be downloaded within 24 hours to help women and girls get the justice they need. Operation Satira, transformative approach to tackle rape and sexual offences, a game changer for women in policing and the impact that it's needed on investigations and prosecutions. And so it is right that the cross-government tackling violence against women 2021 strategy built on the work of those that stood before. Indeed, alongside this, the National Communications Campaign, we've heard about the Enough campaign, the work to criminalise virginity testing, the work that we did around changing the taxi and licensing regime, the £1.5 million a year on specialist support services in terms of revenge porn. And of course, that Domestic Abuse Act, which I spoke about earlier. Now, let me turn to some of our contributions. The Honourable Lady from Milton Keynes Central rightly talked about halting violence against women and girls, and pointed out that she felt somewhat sorry for me, which I appreciate. But yesterday's bill, and I do reiterate, had nothing in terms of additional work in this realm. These debates are important, and the Minister knows this, and we need to do more than have general debates in the pursuit of justice. The work that I do welcome, which was outlined by the Safeguarding Minister earlier, when it comes to deep fakes or a focus on full eradication, we on this other side of the House will focus on that. Now, the Honourable Member from Thurrock spoke about the violence perpetrated against women and girls as something that victims can never easily move on from. The offenders may forget the details after their rehabilitation, but constituents and all of us know that they will never forget. So the member for Huntington, my friend, pointed out the juxtaposition from the political party called Reform that says that they feel that other parties don't turn over the stones. And I'm afraid my honourable friend's speech was right in the fact that he showed that no barrier should be unbroken when it comes to talking about what happens to women and girls. And I think it's right that this House heard about this. Where political differences are, we can say with unity that we must make sure in this House we will continue to enable women and girls to feel safe. We can only agree that you can only turn your life around by telling the full truth, which is always what the victims and survivors need to feel that their true justice has taken place. So I welcome the cross-government approach welcomed by the North Warwickshire and Bedworth member and the focus around coercive control. Nothing will get done on this without cross-government working. That's something that I was very part of. Now, my honourable friend from Southwest Devon spoke about male violence, about women and girls through a public health lens, that this community partnership was vital. And she also spoke about the dedicated work that needs to be done in terms of protecting single-sex spaces, whether it's in the NHS, police, or through charities. We need a full picture and guidance of what women and girls can expect so that male violence against women and girls is dealt with and that people feel safe in that public health lens and, more importantly, in those areas. Now, turning to Northern Ireland, she's not in her place, but the member from Lagan Valley spoke movingly, poignantly, bravely. She spoke about the victims and perpetrators are the people that we know and we love. And it was staggering to hear that she feels that still women feel literally like they have to fight for their lives as a woman, and the speaking of the rape threat culture, and that she was worried that this looked like a self-indulgent rant. Speaking up is never a self-indulgent rant. Dealing with the toxification and bringing the power of women into the debate and calling people out is exactly the bravery it takes. And may I pay tribute to her from my party. Now, the Honourable Lady, who is a very brave lady herself from Poplar and Limehouse, spoke about the importance of employment and how that can bring you into the next stage of your life. And may I pay tribute to somebody I worked with very stridently at DWP, who worked on the EAD Act, the way that you can help to get people into work and onto the next steps of life. And I promised her that is there, and I hope she'll lean into that. My honourable friend from Reigate spoke about the change in perception of what love is, that through social media, aggression, violence in a loving relationship is apparently becoming a norm. She talked about the normalisation of social media, of abuse in relationships, that it is confusing for our young men, for our men, our boys, our young people to know what love is and to understand the difference between a porn culture and desensitification. And I think she was absolutely right talking about degrading acts, which are not acts of love. They are acts of aggression and violence, and that we need to be working very strongly to help young men and boys not to be caught up in that culture. And that leads me on to the Right Honourable Lady from Staffordshire and Moorlands. AI and tech. What this is going to mean in terms of helping men to find the solution, how we deal with these challenges, how our way of life is being undermined by this. This is very, very concerning. Despite the coercive control laws, despite a multi-agency working, despite the Vorg strategies of 2016, 2021, and the one coming from the Labour front bench, there is a change here from FGM and some of the modern slavery, the grooming and the domestic abuse, which I reiterate at this box, is not domestic abuse. It's criminality in the home. It's not acceptable, and we must always treat it accordingly and root it out. So whether it's the updated internet safety strategy or further work, all of society needs to get behind the challenge of what tech and AI will bring forward to us. And may I thank the chair of the Women Select Committee for the work and focus that she is bringing to this, the importance of good male role models and supporting the deep fakes work as well. But I want to turn now to grooming gangs, and I want to raise a point to the Minister. To ask, and at 1:18 she intervened on me to ask about, to update on ethnicity data collection on grooming gangs, saying that the ethnicity data is collected and published. Can she and her team place a copy in the library to share directly with my office so that we can be clear what the current data is available and where it is linked to? For clarity, police recorded groom gang ethnicity data, not self-reported CSE data. And this links to the Sunak government announcement of April 2023. This proper data was welcomed by Professor Jay, and I think it would be very important. This is not about politics, about clarity. It's not about letting this lie. It's about the ICSA report looking at 6 towns. It's now a reported 50, so victims' voices have simply not all been examined. And I just want to turn to bandwagoning. Now, the honourable member from Rochdale rightly spoke about tackling and listening to the voices of the victims. And my honourable friend from Harborough, the Shadow Education Minister, said we're not going to let this lie when it comes to grooming and screening out women's and girls' voices. And I want to talk about bandwagoning specifically. If you agree with the bandwagoning, apparently it's fine. If you don't agree with bandwagoning, apparently it is politicising and calling something out. But I would like to say to the House this afternoon, many of us are here focusing and dealing with causes because we're on the bandwagon. We believe it. It's what's brought us to frontline politics. We'll never let it go. So bandwagoning can also come with purpose and real change. And if we're not going to halve violence against women and girls, we're going to eradicate it. Let's not be afraid to deal with the bandwagons.
Minister, Jess Phillips. Thank you. As a minister, what I find is that I get given this speech that I'm told to read out, but the member for Lagan Valley reminded me who I was today, and so I'm going to give an impassioned speech. And the first person I'm going to respond to is the minister opposite. And sorry, the shadow. No, she's not actually the shadow minister. The shadow minister in this brief isn't here. The shadow home secretary who certainly, whenever he got on the bandwagon, isn't here. The shadow justice secretary. Nope. Okay, so what I am going to say, and the Conservative opposition front bench could have to have the same person summing up and finishing, starting and finishing, is what I'm going to say is that, you know what, I will pay credit for the work that was done by the last Conservative government. I worked with many of the people opposite to do lots of this work. But what happened actually during that time is that loads of brilliant words were written on goat skin, rolled up in the building under here. Really good legislation was passed. We've heard about the Modern Slavery Bill, the Domestic Abuse Act. I remember it when it was just a bill because I worked on it then, not jumping on a bandwagon too late. And what didn't happen was actual fundamental change on the ground. And over the last few weeks, I have had, and first and foremost, actually, just like to say, it's been a little bit like being at my own memorial, being in this debate. And my husband said my house looks like a funeral parlour, just to remind everyone, and to the member who was very pleased to see from Richmond that my gumption hasn't gone away. I am very much not dead. But I have had lots of correspondence and lots of correspondence from both grooming victims and some who I'd known for years, some who are getting in touch with me fresh with asking for help on their cases, which of course we will do. And lots of other child abuse survivors. And I just wanted to read out something that a child abuse victim sent me over the last few days. It says, I'm a victim and survivor, and I gave evidence to the ICSA inquiry, and I am angry at the lack of response. This has been turned into a political football. And what she goes on to say, actually, in fact, I think in this instance, sorry, I have had many, this is a man. What he goes on to say is, I am angry at the lack of response. We haven't resourced the police, the courts, victim support, therapies, schools, councils, and I am angry that men, by and large, have turned this into a political football. Right, so I just want to say that when lots of good words were written on goatskin in this place, and to the point that the member for Richmond was saying about how the cuts had meant that panic alarms weren't being put in place and things, do you know what has actually happened? And the member for Lowestoft mentioned some of the cuts that were happening in her area as well. Lots of people have mentioned this. Do you know what has actually happened is that it's harder for a grooming victim to get a house in this country than it has ever been before, so that she could be moved to a place of safety in order to get away from her grooming, whether it's a sexual exploitation victim or terrible cases of knife crime that we also see of county lines criminal grooming. I mean, we can write into law in the domestic abuse bill that domestic abuse victims have a priority need. I pushed the amendment myself. Cracking, you get priority need on a 7-year-long waiting list. And as for their record on the courts and the criminal justice system, and lots of people have very graciously talked about SDS 40 today, and the minister, the shadow minister, sorry, mentioned it when she spoke in the first part of her remarks. All I can say is that we worked tirelessly with many of the people sat behind me, the member for Pontypridd, the Home Secretary, to make sure that this time, when it had to be done because of the terrible failures of the last 14 years, that we put some exemptions into the system. I don't remember that happening before. So the absolute degradation of our justice system in the last 14 years that leaves rape victims, as was mentioned by the Victims Minister, waiting 7 years. And so this is a bandwagon that people can jump onto, and they can come and say words in this building, and I welcome every single word that has been said. But it is action that is needed. We accepted 18 of the recommendations, cracking. I've accepted, I'm a size 10. It's not the facts. Accepting something doesn't make it so. It doesn't change things for people's actual lives. So that's my first bit of response to the first speech. Now, I want to, the chair of the Select Committee, the Women in Equality Select Committee, mentioned Giselle Pellicoat in her remarks, as well as other things. I know that lots of people have mentioned issues of women around the world, and we do not serve women in this country if we ignore the plight of women around the world. Giselle Pellicoat deserves to be the Person of the Year, frankly, this year's century. What a woman, and we all have all watched on with absolute pride in what she has done. The member for East Hampshire, who comes like I did from the sector into this place, and that makes me very happy.